Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devon Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Figgis, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.P. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constituted 4.
Thank you. Our invocation this morning will be delivered by Chaplain Melissa Centino from One Safe Place. Thank you so much for coming down. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges.
If you'll bow your heads with me, please. God of peace, we ask you to preside over this meeting. Even if we have different opinions, give us unity of spirit. Help us to listen politely as others share their points of view. Help this court to work as a unified team in combining ideas for the greater outcome. Help us to work as a whole rather than individuals trying to promote our own agendas. May we have a spirit of camaraderie in the room, work together for the greater good on our shared missions. I pray these things in the one in whom I believe, Jesus. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Chaplain. Appreciate you coming down today. Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Honor Members of Court. We have several announcements as it relates to the agenda this morning. First of all, we have a number of audience participation forms, and one of those requires that we pull one item off of the consent agenda, and that'll be under the Sheriff's Department. So item 10I1. This is the grant award with the Texas Motor Crimes Prevention Authority. We're going to remove that from consent. However, we will take it up as an action item when we get to that particular point in the agenda. Also, under public health, item 10G, 9, 10, and 11. These are different sub-recipient contracts. We are going to ask that we hold those until next week. We need to make some corrections in all three of those documents, and we'll be presenting those to Commissioners Court next week. Also, members of court, on the County Administrator section, and this would be item A5, which is the contract between Tarrant County Management and Training Corporation. We do have some audience participation forms and some individuals that would like to speak on that. However, we also would like to take this into close before any formal action is the court takes on that. We need to have some legal advice from our attorneys on that particular item. So, Your Honor, I would recommend to you that we might want to hear the audience participation forms on those and not take any action, formal action, until after we come back from closed.
Okay.
So, with that, Your Honor, as we go through the agenda, I know that we have different individuals that would like to speak. So, as we move through the agenda, I'll help identify the audience participation forms at that time.
You know, one other thing that I would like to see us consider doing is taking the presentation. We're going to be presenting the Historical Commission with their Distinguished Service Award.
Yes.
At the same time, we have a briefing. So let's put all that together in one time.
And thank you for pointing that out, because that was our intent, and we just simply listed it as two different items. But we want to combine those into one agenda item. And so when we get to that point in the presentations, we're going to ask Ms. McMillan to come up and introduce a topic, and then the chair of the Historical Commission will make that presentation and the recognition.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners' announcements.
Judge, I have an announcement, if I may.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. A great good morning to my colleagues on Commissioner's Court. I am sorry that I am not with you in person this morning, but I am at home quarantining because I had a positive COVID test. I want to thank the Public Health Department, Mr. Benny Tanaja, and especially Dr. Kate Colquitt for their tender mercies at the beginning of this adventure for me. I am doing fine. I expect to appear in public again in the next couple of days. It's getting kind of crazy sitting at home. I'm not built for that. At any rate, the second thing I want to lift up to you this morning is that last week, the Fort Worth Business Press honored its class for 2022 of 40 under 40. This group of young professionals is honored every year for their outstanding contributions to Fort Worth and Tarrant County before they hit their 40th birthday. On that list this year was one of my executive administrators, Jeanette Martinez. Jeanette is very and I am so proud to have her as a member of my team and therefore as a member of the Tarrant County family. So y'all join me, please, in recognizing Jeanette Martinez, 40 under 40. Very good. Did you stand up, Jeanette?
She stood up and we clapped for her 3 times.
That'll work. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Allen.
Congratulations, Jeanette. Both Tracy and I, and I'm sure that there's some others perhaps in the audience or in the Tarrant County family, are both recognized as Fort Worth 40 under 40. So welcome to the family. 2 announcements. One is this past Friday, we celebrated Women's Equality Day. Some of you may remember in 2019, I was honored to host the first ever reception recognizing the over 200 women in elected office in Tarrant County. So that was from members of Congress, those who serve at the state level, county level. We recognized the first woman to ever serve on the Tarrant County Commissioner's Court, the late Commissioner Dion Bagsby, as well as Commissioner Marty Van Ravensway, who served in my seat several years ago, and then school board members, you name it. One of the great things was just seeing a collection of women who serve in office across this county, regardless of their partisanship. And it was also nice that for some of those women who had been in office for years, it was the first time that they ever received a formal invitation to this building and to be recognized by this body. There is still a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done to recognize women in our community, as well as to ensure equality. And so I did not want that day to go past without recognizing it and recognizing all women who serve, regardless of whether that's in elected leadership or not. Next, I want to recognize a new member of the Precinct 2 team. I'm really happy to welcome Stephanie Atkins. She is our new Assistant Precinct Administrator. She's been a Tarrant County team member for almost 7 years, with that serving as legal assistant with the Criminal District Attorney's Office, Sharon Wilson, and Chief of Staff, Shannon Fletcher. Stephanie is a graduate from Clark Atlanta University in Atlanta, Georgia, and strives to live by 2 Clark Atlanta University mottos. 1, I'll find a way or I'll make one. And 2, building a culture for service. So as you can see, with her living by those 2 mottos alone, she certainly fits in well with the Precinct 2 team. And she is a Precinct 2 resident. She resides in Arlington. Lastly, I wanted to mention that during her tenure with the county, Stephanie participated in the Tarrant County Management Development Institute, MDR, the Bridge Program, along with Jeanette Johnson. I see her. Which, as many of you know, is an 18-month accelerated development program that Stephanie described as not for the faint of heart. She successfully completed this program wearing all the hats that she wears, and also in the midst of the pandemic. So please help me welcome Stephanie Atkins to the Precinct 2 team. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Fickus, do you have
Don't
anything?
have anything today.
Commissioner Johnson, do you have anything today?
No, sir. Thank you, though.
Then we will move on to the minutes of our regular meeting of August the 16th and the special call meeting of August the 16th.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We have a couple of, we have a proclamation, some resolution, and a couple of presentations today. First, we have a proclamation for Nurse John Sims Day. John, and I believe, well, I had it here, right here it is. Mr. Sims and then Jonathan Burnell. Would you please come forward? There you go. And I'll read the proclamation and then I'll come down and present it. Whereas the University of North Texas Health Science Center at Fort Worth has a patient safety program called Safe Care Texas, and whereas the UNTHSC was a sponsor at the 2022 Senior Synergy Expo, providing medical screenings for participants, and whereas Nurse John Sims, Director of Safe Care Texas, was serving as a preceptor for the third-year medical students teaching blood pressure, and whereas Nurse Sims responded to a participant of the Senior Synergy Expo, Jonathan Burnell, who was experiencing a medical emergency nearby, and whereas upon evaluating Mr. Burnell, Nurse Sims determined that he was having an acute heart issue and needed immediate medical attention at the hospital, and whereas despite Mr. Burnell's insisting he was fine and wanting to go home, Nurse Sims summoned paramedics who were stationed at the event, and whereas as paramedics were placing Mr. Burnell on the heart monitor, he flatlined, at which time Nurse Sims began CPR, and whereas Mr. Burnell responded to the CPR and was transported to a hospital, and whereas without Nurse Sims' intervention and medical instincts, Mr. Burnell would have not been alive today, and whereas this is not the first time Nurse Sims was in the right place at the right time, and whereas Nurse Sims performed CPR on a 27-year-old participant at the Cowtown Marathon last year, also saving his life, now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby commend John Nurse Sims for performing life-saving measures saving Mr. Burnell's life. Further, in recognition of his heroic service to the community, we proclaim August 30th, 2022 as Nurse John Sims Day in Tarrant County, in witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 30th day of August 2022, and I move its approval.
Second.
Second.
Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson? Whoops. I'm sure he votes yes. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Thank you. as long as you'd like.
Well, I am very humbled today to have been in the right place at the right time. And I understand why some might hail me as a hero. I look at myself, though, as a servant leader who is committed to serving the vulnerable. And Jonathan was vulnerable that day, as was Bryce Sheeling in May of 2021. So I'm just thankful that I have the skills and the training to be able to respond when these emergencies occur. Thank you all for this. There are nurses just like myself who have that same approach to healthcare. And as you know, nurses have had they've been leaving the profession by the droves. And that really puts other patients at risk. And so I want to accept this award from all of you all, but I want to make it clear about nurses. Nurses do this kind of thing every day, and they're very special, and they are essential to our healthcare infrastructure. Thank you all for this. I appreciate it. John?
I just wanted to commend John and thank Judge Whitley for this opportunity. While it is true that he's here to represent all nurses because of the passion and empathy that he has, I also wanted to thank Judge Whitley for the Senior Synergy, which I have attended since 2015. And unfortunately this year I wasn't able to complete that attendance. But it's a great opportunity for our seniors in our community. And thank you, Judge Whitley, for providing that opportunity. And finally, I just wanted to say that I consider John an angel, being there at the right place at the right time, not just for me, but also for the other gentleman whose life he saved at the Cowtown Marathon. And with your understanding and excusing us, we've got to go save more lives.
Well, let me just say, if I'd have thought about it, I'd have brought you box lunch that you didn't get that day as a result of your early departure. But the Senior Synergy event has been an absolutely fantastic event that I get to take credit for because Catherine Rotter worked for many years in my office for almost a whole year. We give her about a week off after the event, and then we start the process again. But I want to thank you again for being there. And we have this is not the first time. I don't know if it may be the first time that we've actually revived somebody there, but we have sent people from there directly to the hospital. And it's something that we're very proud of as a result, but it's done because of folks like you and because of the hospitals and the various folks that participate in that event every year. So we're glad he was there, and we're glad that you're here with us today. Thank you very much. Thank both of y'all.
Thank you very much.
Next is a congratulatory resolution for Dr. Chuck Weber. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, for the record, we lost contact with y'all on that last vote, but show me voted yes on that previous.
We did record you as a yes vote, and I knew we'd get you back eventually. So. Now,
okay, I don't know what happened, but modern technology doesn't work as well as my handwritten notes.
Now,
Dr. Weber, is he present today? I can't see the audience.
Yes, sir. He is here today.
Okay, good. Judge, if you would read that resolution into the record, please.
I'll be glad to. Whereas Dr. Charles E. Chuck Weber, Jr. earned a medical degree from Medical College of Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia in 1968 and completed his general surgical residency at Baylor University Medical Center from 1972 to 1975. And whereas Dr. Weber joined the medical staff at John Peter Smith Hospital Network in April of 1975 and remained on active staff until 2008, serving as a director in various areas, including surgical endoscopic services, vascular laboratory, trauma services, nutritional service, and home health care. And whereas Dr. Weber has served in numerous leadership roles throughout his career including president of the medical staff and chair of the Department of Surgery, and was named Professor Emeritus and continues to serve on honorary medical staff. And whereas Dr. Weber's experience, wisdom, and teaching has touched the lives of his colleagues and influenced the professional careers of many physicians, residents, and medical students who trained in Fort Worth, as well as numerous other hospital staff. And whereas Dr. Weber was appointed to the Tarrant County Hospital District Board of Managers in 2008, where he also served as chairman of the Board of Quality Committee and has faithfully served the citizens and advocated for improvements in healthcare continuously to 2022. And whereas Dr. Weber has left a legacy of healthcare leadership, quality of care, and medical education at John Peter Smith Hospital Network, and to honor him, the JPS Health Network Quality Division established the Charles E. Weber Jr. MD Golden Mitt Award to recognize his departments and committees who demonstrated excellence in quality improvement. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby honor and congratulate Dr. Charles E. Chuck Weber Jr. on the occasion of his retirement from the Tarrant County Hospital District Board of Managers and thank him for his leadership and dedication to health care in our community. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 30th day of August 2022.
And I move for its approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Dr. Weber has been a friend of mine for many years. He was a doctor that did exams on me annually, and he has served our community with great leadership and services. And I want to tell you, we're going to miss him. Dr. Weber and his wife have purchased a home down in the Austin area, and they will be moving down there to be closer to family. But Dr. Weber, make yourself available up here. We still want to see you real often. We appreciate what you've done, and thank you for serving as my board member for these many years.
We'll get a picture and then we'll let him make a few comments.
Very few.
Yeah, she's got to flash it 3 times or we're in trouble.
Oh, gotcha.
Here you go. Any comments that you'd like to make, be sure and make them. And, you know, after having been taking care of him for so many years, you probably can have all the time you need.
No, I'm very few words. Thank you very much. I think I've started every board meeting with thank you, thank you, thank you, because I could never even start to list the people that have been an influence on my life and allowed me to take care of people from Tarrant County. In training folks, there's essentially 4 stages that everybody goes through, and this is with kids, etc. And that's when you start out, you are unconsciously incompetent. The next stage you go through is you are consciously incompetent. The next stage is you are consciously competent. And the last stage, which is where you want everybody to be, is they are unconsciously competent. And that's what you always hear about golfers. They got their swing back, they did this, etc. That's where everybody lives, is in the unconscious competent. And I've been lucky to be surrounded by, goodness gracious, thousands of people smarter than I am. And what I learned is you should listen to learn and not listen to respond. And with that, I would say thank you, and especially to my colleagues up there, Roy and JD, who have been very helpful through the years, and I certainly appreciate it. And thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Dr. Webb.
Judge Fitley,
Yes, sir.
I would like to join my colleague, Commissioner Johnson, in expressing profound gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Chuck Weber for his outstanding years of leadership and service to the JPS Health Network. The network has been made better for the fact that he served there all these years. Congratulations, Dr. Weber.
He said thank you, Roy. Appreciate that. Our next presentation, Commissioner Fickus, I believe you'll make that presentation.
Yes, I will. This is to our Tarrant County Historical Commission, and I'm very proud to say that they have again, the Texas Historical Commission has again announced that the Tarrant County Historical Commission has earned a Distinguished Service Award for the 2021 year of service. While all of their efforts are valued, this group of ladies and gentlemen have worked very hard and for many, many years. This isn't a one-horse pony. These people have got so many different things going on that are benefiting the citizens of Tarrant County. And we have a certificate from the state, and again it says that for 2021 Distinguished Service Award, Tarrant County Historical Commission, in recognition of its active and well-balanced preservation program. And this is signed by Mark Wolf, who is the executive director, and from the commission. At this time, I'm going to ask Bill Perdue to come up. And Bill, I'm going to present this to you, and then I want you to go ahead and do your briefing item, if you would. So let me bring this to you.
It moves.
And as required by the state, I am to give a report to the county commissioners and the county judge as to what we have done for the first 6 months of the year. It should have been done in July, but I'm a little slow and old, I guess. Anyway, the report has been given to all the commissioners, I believe, and I want to thank, first off, everybody on the commission, the Historical Commission, because these people are all volunteers. They all do it for free. And most of them have other jobs or lives that they take time out to do this. And we are involved in many things that these people are dedicated to preserving the history of Tarrant County and using what we have as an educational tool to people in Tarrant County. Just a brief summary, if I will read this real quick. We increased membership by 4 newly appointed commission members, which all have to be vetted, so that's people who want to do this. We responded to 7 inquiries concerning the Section 106 of the National Historical Preservation Act. And if you're not sure what that is, anytime there is a building that has to be modified or open land that has not been built on, it has to go through the Historical Commission to make sure that access to historical properties or historical buildings or grounds are not being impacted in a negative manner. So we have to respond to these, investigate to make sure that what we're doing is not destroying something that needs to be preserved. We're working with a lot of historical neighborhoods on their preservation plans. Historic Carver Heights is one. We have done quite a few historical marker presentations and awards, and currently there are 20 different historical markers in the pipeline or in the process of being approved and mounted. These are in ways that we can educate the people of Tarrant County as to what was there, what is there, and as the adage goes, those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. We're working with several historic cemeteries on preservation and improvement plans. The biggest one right now is probably the Johnson Plantation Cemetery, which is known as the Arlington Heritage Memorial Grounds. Our budget when we started out with that was $30,000 just to put up a new chain link fence to protect the grounds. And right now we're about $500,000 in a vast improvement on that as an educational thing, working with the Arlington ISD and University of Texas at Arlington for educational purposes. For those of you who have been over to the 1895 room in the 1895 courthouse, we have done great improvements over there. It's still a work in progress. We have a long way to go. We had the Birthday of the Fort celebration on June 6th, which Judge Whitley and Commissioner Brooks and Commissioner Fickus were there, and we do thank you for that. A lot of people have seen that, and because of what we have done over there, the attendance and the visibility of that room has increased probably 5 to 10 times. It's become a destination, which we want to make it a little bit more of a destination. We have tours of the 1895 courthouse, and during one event here last spring, we had over 400 people come and tour the courthouse. And as I talk to people, the courthouse is their courthouse. The people of Tarrant County, that is their courthouse, and there are many things about that courthouse historical. The building itself is a beautiful building, and we're just happy that people come by and look at it. Again, we've received the Distinguished Service Award from the state, and one of the things that I'm most proud of most recently is I'm starting a roundtable of museums in Tarrant County so that we can get together at least once a month at one of the museums, and there are many museums in Tarrant County, as to how to improve education, access, and just attendance to these different museums. The first one we're probably going to have is with the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History, which they are very, very happy to have something like this started. I don't know why in Tarrant County we've never had this before. To me, it seems like it's a no-brainer. But we're going to start that, and hopefully it will be something that will continue on and maybe involve other groups. We got a lot of projects going on, including the survey, which we have not completed since 1985, of historical properties and grounds in Tarrant County, and working with the archives on that. So hopefully that will come through and we'll be able to identify and preserve a lot of other properties. And I am open to anything. If any of you have any questions regarding anything that we are doing or want to do, or how can I spend more money?
How can we get you there?
And probably because of a lot of stuff we want to do with the 1895 room. next year in the budget year, I probably will be on bended knees begging for more money, but that's okay. Any questions from anyone? I'm open to try and answer anything.
Bill, is your member attendance still holding up well?
We're still making quorum. We suffered a great deal with COVID, as it did everybody, but we are back now to actual physical attendances in quorum along with our electronic. We're doing really well there.
Good.
And I do want to thank Commissioner Allen for actually approving me to be on this commission, and Commissioner Fickus for actually being my liaison. So both of you, thank you very much.
Well, and that's what I was going to add, is just to thank all the members for your service, and yours on behalf of Precinct 2, as well as Florine. I think, is she still here?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Great job.
I think Precinct 2 is probably the best. Oh, no.
Yep, it
Don't
Can't go there, huh?
is. They hear that from me every Tuesday, so.
Thank you all again very much for everything that you do, and congratulations on this award.
Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you can email me and I will see if I can respond. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have an audience participation on this particular item, so Mr. Torlincassi. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm a little twisted here. Let me fix it for you. Judge Whitley and commissioners, members of the Historical Commission specifically, I wanted to share with you a couple of observations, especially about the 1895 room that you mentioned. I noticed in the certificate that you were just awarded, it mentions real places telling real stories. And one of the things about being in the first fifth of the 21st century is the opportunity at no cost to the taxpayers to promote and provide more and more forms of media to highlight the 1895 room specifically. It is our building. It is our courthouse. Those artifacts are artifacts that belong to all of the people. There's a very popular local YouTuber who is a member of the public and a member of Tarrant County citizenry. Not very long ago, he was quietly recording in the room. More than 1,000 people were watching live online. He wasn't actually narrating that day. One of the things he told me was that it was so cool that the men's uniforms of the day were teeny tiny compared to modern men, and how much the average size of people had grown. In the middle of his recording, however, Deputy Orozco in the back of the room here decided to tell him, they don't want you here. They don't want you here. They don't want you here, so because the custodian says that you need to be trespassed, you need to be trespassed from this building. The video doesn't lie. Citizens should be able to go into the public courthouse, go to the 1895 room, or go about the courthouse and video record the architectural significance and the history of the building. The idea that online, thousands of people have now watched this particular individual be driven out of the courthouse simply because he was quietly recording is an atrocity, and probably something you're not aware of, Mr. Perdue. The problem here is that the deputies in the back of the room have a criminal complaint against them, specifically doing this over and over again at public meetings and at public buildings, because the public is doing this, something that's lawful and something that's specifically allowed at public meetings. I'm really excited about everything. I think all the aspects of the historical courthouse are significant. I think your group should be recognized. I think you should be asking the Commissioner's Court and the Sheriff's Department what is going on in our historical buildings, and why is it that people like Manuel Mata are treated like second-class citizens, and when in fact they are recognized media, including their work has appeared on the front page of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner, we probably need to receive and file the...
Okay, move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. With that, you have before you our consent agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda as modified.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Manius?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, if we can
Before
go
you,
now.
I'm going to stop you for just 1 second. My guess is Lon Burnham is not still here. I think he had to, okay.
I believe that he said he had to leave at 10:30 this
Yeah,
morning.
and he may be back, and based upon the way our agenda's going, then he may get an opportunity to speak after we come back, because I know he wanted to speak on the Garza County contract.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, Your Honor, that's fine. So, members of the court, we're now going to go to the briefing item on public health. I'm going to ask Mr. Tenage to come up and address it this time.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the court.
Morning, Vinny.
Got a couple of slides, but really, first, some good news. We wrapped up our back-to-school vaccination events this month. The numbers I have are about 8,100 total clients seen throughout that month and about 20,500 vaccine doses given. So that's a big number. I think we've set a record this year, but there's more work to be done. We already hear that there's still kids that are behind their vaccinations and all those type of things. So the work will continue in the schools and in other locations. But again, a reminder to parents, COVID has pushed us all back in a lot of healthcare, but your kids need to be vaccinated so they can go to school safely. There's a law that requires a lot of, childhood vaccinations. So kids might get excluded from school if they're not compliant with their vaccinations that are required. Take them to the nearest public health location, your private doctor's office, whatever the case may be. Let's get them vaccinated. All right, so quick update on COVID. There's good news there also. Yesterday we lowered our levels from high to medium. If you look at the chart on the left, all the indicators are starting to point lower. We're in a downward decline. If history is any indicator, I think we're going to be in good shape till probably holiday season. And if nothing changes, we might have another surge at that time. I'm staying hopeful that we don't see a big surge, but at least for the last 2 or 3 years, that's been the case. But so far, let's enjoy as things decline and get back to more normal activities. There's a caveat there. Schools have reopened, and the data is showing that we're sort of hugging the trend line of what we saw last year. So there's currently a surge happening in school-level cases. But overall in the community, that seems to be a drop in the bucket at this point. So again, a message to the parents, encourage your children to stay protected, get them vaccinated, all those types of things. And then also another piece of good news that's coming in is that there's a new bivalent booster shot that's coming out hopefully by the end of this week. And what that does is adds this Omicron variant into the vaccine. So that's great for a lot of us who've been waiting for an updated booster so we can take it and be protected against all these strains that have been mutating and causing all these issues. That's all on COVID. And then a quick update on monkeypox. That situation is still growing. Worldwide, we're at almost 49,000 cases. In the U.S., 18,000 or so. Texas has a fair share, almost 10% of that, 1,600 and some change, or maybe like 8%. And then in Tarrant County, I believe today's number is 112. I mean, the website showed yesterday 104, but I think we're at 112 today. The trend chart at the bottom is showing a growing outbreak. It's starting to sort of stabilize, or at least that's how it looks, but more to be seen. Vaccine is out. Our efforts are continuing in the community. We've had some good partnerships, so a lot of community partner organizations are helping us with the vaccination effort, and so do we also have a location at the Resource Connection from the Public Health Department. We have a website where there's eligibility criteria, and people can go and qualify to get a vaccine. So that's all I have on monkeypox, and I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Vinny, I do have a question on COVID. So with this new bivalent booster that's coming, is there any talk yet of the distribution plan and what our allocation would be?
So I don't know that there's a specific allocation because it's sort of now normalized.
Sure.
So every provider that wants to order, there's a pre-ordering that has been opened. The public health's ordering some doses, and so are many pharmacies and other partners. The plan currently is to let demand dictate. We've had situations where we order too much and then people didn't come. So our hope is that the demand will dictate how much we order. We're going to get a stock. It's going to be available through all our brick and mortar clinics that do COVID vaccines, and also any mobile events that we do in the community. And similarly, you know, pharmacies will have it, doctor's offices should be able to order it. So it's a distributed plan. But if suddenly there's a demand surge, we'll order some more, and then we'll come back and maybe do a little bit bigger distribution of that.
Okay, very good. And then go ahead, Commissioner Brooks.
A two-part question about the bivalent vaccine. Number one, who will be eligible to take it? And number two, how long after a COVID infection should one wait before taking the third booster?
Yes, sir. So currently what we know is that anybody 12 and older should be eligible to take this booster dose. Of course, final details are likely to come out this Friday or Saturday when the vaccine's actually approved for release and all those. So if there's any caveats in there, we'll notify everybody. But anybody 12 and older should be able to take the vaccine. And for your second half of the question, general rule of thumb that we've been following, people who just recently had a COVID infection typically get about a 90-day boost in immunity, natural immunity. So they can safely wait 90 days to take the vaccine. But if you feel that you have other risk factors, certainly you can, take it sooner than that. Just be prepared that the vaccine might, make you feel a little bit about that stronger response. Might get a fever, might get chills, all those type of things, because your body's already sort of primed up due to the natural infection, and then you're boosting it with a booster dose. So there's not a contraindication. Nobody's stopping people from taking that booster. It's just good advice to wait about 90 days to let the body calm down.
Is 90 days your recommendation?
It's a safe bet, yes, sir, because natural immunity should last at least 90 days. We've seen that. Only caveat to all of that is if there's a new variant, then obviously all bets come off. But if things are stable, yes, you should be protected for 90 days.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Not on COVID, but on monkeypox. So your update 2 weeks ago, you just launched the appointment system. How many appointments is public health averaging right now?
So on a daily basis, the number varies. We've seen as low as about 30 to as high as about 80. And we're currently opening about 100 a day. So I think last Friday we had opened up 2 weeks worth of appointments, almost 1,000 appointments. I believe last I checked yesterday, we had 600 some remaining. So 400 or so were booked. So it's not a crazy demand on the vaccine. So people are following the advice on, the target population and all the criteria. So it's a steady flow of people coming through.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
On the, I know you've done a lot on the vaccinations. You mentioned that earlier, and that you're going to continue to do that.
Yes, sir.
Are you working with the school districts to identify those students who have not yet been vaccinated, gotten their full panel of vaccinations, and how are you doing that to where you're going to the schools, or how are you doing that?
So typically what happens is that after the back-to-school events are over, our outreach teams coordinate with the schools, and they go into schools where, teachers have identified and the school has identified the kids who need to be caught up, because they have birthdays throughout the year and they become eligible for their next set of doses. So we work through all of that. And of course, a lot of parents choose to take their kids to pediatricians and so forth. But this time around, I've heard some other, larger data sets coming through. So we're going to look at all of that data, match it up, and come up with a plan on, do we need to do something different? Maybe a bigger group goes in, or engage the community to come to clinics and get more vaccines done.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Okay, Court, so we are now going to go into the administrator section. Ms. Camarena is going to do items 1, 2, and 3. And Kristen, if you make sure that you comment on the AC units.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Commissioners.
Morning. Under the Administrator's section, item 1, we are asking the court to receive and file the weekly COVID-19 reports dated August 22nd and August 29th.
Move to receive and file.
Second. Question. Yes, ma'am. So for the small business grant, I know the deadline is tomorrow. Do we anticipate that's going to stay the deadline, or will we need to extend it? I'll ask Ms. South to comment on that.
Thank you. Dan will turn the camera off when he comes here.
Hey, Megan.
So, I would like to propose that we send out, after it closes, the portal closes tomorrow at 5 p.m., I'd like to propose that we send out somewhat of a final report to the court members after that, so that we have a better idea. As of right now, the unscrubbed amount is exceeding the total allotted, the $25 million. But I do anticipate that after they have time to scrub those down and take out the duplicates and all the others that could potentially be ineligible, we'll have a better idea of where we're sitting. But I think as of right now, yes, tomorrow at 5 p.m. it will shut down, and if we report back that there's still funding out there that's available, then we can bring that back and let you all make a determination on if we want to extend that out a little bit further.
Yeah, we really wanted to see what the end result was going to be for tomorrow.
Sure.
And then we'll talk about it again next week in court and ask you all's direction. We'll give you a recommendation, but we'll ask your direction on how you'd like to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, we have a motion to receive and file. Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Another quick update that staff would like to provide at this time is a follow-up on the grant provided to Meals on Wheels for the air conditioner program. We did send out a report to court members last week. That program, as of last Friday, has installed 28 units. We have sent some follow-up questions to Meals on Wheels to get some additional information regarding the total number of people who have applied and what geographic areas they represent. We did get information that the application for the program has been sent to all social service agencies so that caseworkers are aware and can identify that need and submit a referral for installation. So our original allocation for this was what, like $100,000? $180,000. $180,000. Yes. Okay. So what's our current spend on it? So it's around $20,000. $20,000. Okay. Yeah, and we did allow up to $1,000 per unit as an estimate when we entered into that agreement. We're finding that I think it is coming in a little bit less, so we'll hopefully get more units than anticipated. Okay. And then I know I had some other questions to you, but I'll wait. I guess we're waiting to hear from Meals on Wheels. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I do want to point out one thing about those units is that it's not just an AC unit, but it also is a heating unit. So it's not something that we'll just simply use during the summertime, but it can be used in the wintertime too when it gets cold again.
As long as we got electricity.
That's it.
That part.
Anything else?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Okay. Under item 2, we are asking the Commissioners Court to take action on item 1B. There is no action required on A this week. We are asking you to please receive and file a list of agenda items providing attachment A that appear on the Commissioners Court agenda today. All of these items have been previously approved or recommended for funding through Tarrant County State and Local Fiscal Recovery Program.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I know we're going to talk about Garza in a minute, but is it 18 or 18.5? 18. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 3, we're requesting court's approval of subrecipient agreements between Tarrant County and Alliance Child and Family Solutions, AIDS Outreach Center, Cancer Care Services, and YMCA of Metropolitan Fort Worth These subrecipient agreements are part of the Tarrant County Fiscal Recovery Funds program, and specifically subrecipients as a result of our call for proposals. These 4 agreements represent a total of $7.8 million, which brings us to a little over $12 million of the 35 awarded. So staff will be working over the next few weeks to bring the remainder of those contracts to you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Members of the court, we can now go to item number 4. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a professional services contract between the county and Acclaimed Physicians Group for the provision of medical services to the Juvenile Services Department.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, on item number 5, Mr. Merrick is going to come forward. He's going to simply lay that agreement out to you, and as Your Honor, we do have audience participation.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Hope everybody's doing well. We have for your consideration this morning an agreement between Tarrant County and Management and Training Corporation for the housing of Tarrant County inmates out in Garza County, Texas. So I'm going to give you just a brief overview of the highlights of the agreement, and then the sheriff is here to make a couple of comments. And if we have any operational questions, we also have our jail chief here to answer any questions that may come up with regards to that.
And again, what we're going to do here at this time is we'll let these comments be made. We're going to call on our audience participation. But we do, the attorneys have asked for us to have a discussion inside of closed before we take action. But instead of asking everybody to wait around until that occurs, we're going to do that, and then we'll come back after closed to take action.
Understood, sir. Okay, so it's important to note that we have actually been working with Harris County on this agreement as well. This facility that is out in Garza County actually is being made ready for 1,032 beds total that will meet jail standards for the state of Texas. Tarrant County is looking to provision approximately up to 432 of those beds, and the other 600 beds would be going to Harris County for their use. We've worked to make sure that the agreements between Tarrant County and Harris County are as similar as possible, save and except some logistical items such as travel cost and things like that. And they actually are scheduled to have a special meeting tomorrow to consider this contract from their perspective as well. The reason I mention that is it's important from a timeline perspective of how this is trying to be implemented. So if the court chooses to approve this today, there is a startup period of approximately 28 days. That is where the vendor MTC would mostly be doing a lot of their hiring, ramping up, and training, as well as getting the facility fully certified for jail standards. I was updated about 30 minutes ago that they have scheduled their final walk with jail standards for September 9th. That's next Friday. Most of that date surrounds their ability to get in some finalized equipment they need with regards to self-breathing contained apparatuses. There we go. Basically some equipment they need in order to certify. So jail standards is set to come September 9th, hopefully to fully certify that facility. After the 28-day startup period, there is a ramp-up period. That is for approximately 60 days. That is where Tarrant and Harris both will proportionally start the process of transferring prisoners over to this facility to get to their maximum capacities. And then after that, which is right around the beginning of December, I believe, is when we would be at full capacity. The termination of this agreement, or the term of this agreement, runs through September 30th of 2023. So in a sense, you have 2 months of ramp-up time and then approximately 10 months of when this facility would be loaded with inmates from Tarrant County. Finances. So as was mentioned earlier, the entire cost of the contract is set in an amount not to exceed $18 million. There are 3 subsets of that funding. The first is just the monthly cost that we would pay once the facility is fully loaded. The second bucket, if you will, is for the cost during the ramp-up services. And finally, the third bucket is for any ancillary costs that come up that may be related to transportation to the facility if MTC provides that transportation versus Tarrant County. It also includes any additional medical services above the caps that are outlined in Exhibit A of the agreement. And then another example might be something along the lines of a prisoner has to be taken to a hospital and has to be guarded for more than 24 hours. There's provisions in there for an hourly cost to pay for services like that. I think that's really it from the very high level. So, yes, sir.
Do we have any plans to have anybody at that walkthrough on the 9th?
I know this. In this agreement, Tarrant County has the right to inspect the facility. Quarterly inspections, there are timelines in there where if we show up, we are allowed to show up unannounced, but we do have to have a member of their staff walk the facility with us. If we find an issue such as a life safety issue, I believe they have 10 days to correct those, 10 calendar days, and then 30 days for other issues found. I think I'll let the sheriff speak to this, but I believe their intent is to actually have people out at, I don't know if it's for the final walkthrough, but certainly they look to go out and review the facility if they haven't been out there already. So with that, if there's no other questions of me, at least currently, I'll invite the sheriff up to make comments.
And I'd just say that we talk about Garza County. For those who may not be as familiar with where counties are, the county seat of Garza County is Post, Texas, which is approximately 40 miles south of Lubbock, about 274 miles from Fort Worth. So,
Sheriff?
He's behind you. Well, no, wait a minute, excuse me. Before we get to, we're not quite at audience participation yet.
I'm not hearing very well today, Your Honor.
No problem. We'll get to you in just a minute.
You thought I improved in looks.
Most definitely.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't near as much glare.
Yeah, yes, sir, I understand. The Garza County situation, I've been in close contact, number one, with Brandon Woods, the Executive Director of Jail Standards. I spoke to him this morning, and Chandler gave you a very accurate picture of what's going on. He personally is involved with that, and he'll be down there. To answer your questions, yes, we're sending a team down, and Chief Eckert's going to lead that team along with our quality control people, who, by the way, according to jail standards, are some of the best in the state, and these guys know what they're looking for, and we're going to make sure that that is a safe and clean jail that will do that. What brought us to this, of course, is that a couple of things, is that just very quickly is, we have a 5,000 bed capacity, but 400 of those beds in rough number is Cold Springs, and that's a minimum security jail, and we have no minimum security people. So that brings us down to about 4,600 beds. Well, about 4,400, 4,450 is where we've been averaging out, spending about 6,100 hours a week in overtime. Our jail staff has done an incredible job through this pandemic and out of it, and has held the line, but they are mandated to work, about 52 hours a week at minimum, sometimes up to 60. And we're trying to figure out ways where we can hopefully break that. This particular situation, because of the overtime issue and the jail crowding situation, is that TDC, the Texas Department of Corrections, has not been able to take the volume of prisoners that they normally have because, like us and the rest of the law enforcement across the country, they're incredibly short of personnel. That's found everywhere. So they're not taking people like that they normally do. So the intent is that these are one-way trips. These are people that are state jail felons. These are people that are convicted, that are going to TDC and are serving sentences out in our jail for one reason or another. So out of the 432, it's a one-way trip. TDC will pick up there and take them to TDC. The rest that are staying there in the Garza County Jail will be serving out sentences of state jail. A lot of times, instead of going to state jails, the courts allow the person to serve out their time in county jails. So those people will be in Garza along with the high misdemeanors that are serving time. These are convicted people who are not going to be coming back and forth to court. It's basically a one-way trip. And that's what we're up to, and I appreciate your consideration on it. And GK and Chandler and staff has worked incredibly hard on this, trying to do it. This has been a long time coming. I do have Chief Eckert here, who is our executive chief over the jail, to answer any operational questions in the weed that you would like to know about. And but I think I've gave you as Chandler gave you the 30,000 view, maybe I gave you the 5,000 view of what we're trying to do.
And I would just add that, you know, basically as of this morning, between the sentenced felons that go to the state prison or are waiting to go to the state prison, the ones that are, as you just mentioned, that were going to spend their time here, the court exam, which basically are the ones that are not mentally capable of standing trial and should be in mental health, state mental health beds, but the state has no beds available, as well as the ones that are here on parole violation. When you add all of those up, I've got 755. So that's 755 prisoners that the citizens of Tarrant County are paying for that belong to the state.
That is correct.
And I don't know what the number is in the juvenile area today, but we also have juveniles that are waiting to be transferred to TJJD who are closed down, which is closed down, and therefore we can't send them. And we have to pay for the cost of seeing and holding those individuals. And the cash keep, you know, the comptroller and the state talk about all this cash they've got, and yet the taxpayers of Tarrant County are paying millions of dollars that the state should be paying. And here is an example of where we're fixing to have to pay $18 million to a corporation basically in Garza County, as opposed to being able to spend that money here in Tarrant County. So,
your summary is correct, is that coming into the pandemic where there were 8,500 guards down at TDC, so their slowdown happened and our courts slowdown to happen. The catch-all has been the county jail for all of those issues, and it's happened across the strait. All my peers would be up here reporting the same thing. And the state is lacking in a lot of areas, especially those mental health beds.
And again, I understand somewhat that they've got a problem with getting people.
Absolutely.
The biggest problem I have is that our people are working 6 days a week for 2.5 years, and they've got the cash because they're not paying the salaries because of the vacancies they've got, even if we weren't counting all the other cash they've got. At a minimum, they could be sending us the cash that they're saving in salaries to the various counties around the state that are having to basically use property tax money that otherwise we could be giving back or lowering to our citizens.
Well summarized, sir.
Any other questions of the sheriff at this time?
I don't have any questions of the sheriff, but I do have a comment or two.
Okay. Is there anybody else, is anybody else going to make, Chandler, anybody else going to make any comments before Commissioner Brooks gets to make a couple of comments?
None that I'm aware of, sir. I think the only one other issue is that one of the critical needs for these beds is that, and the sheriff has basically stated the issue of overtime and the tremendous cost of overtime that we have. What's even worse than that is that we're staffed for about 3,700 because of all the vacancies, and we're wearing our confinement officers down to the point that we have to be very, very careful that we still have a viable jail for this county. And any type of collapse within that jail system because of overcrowding is going to be detrimental to all of us. One other thing that we'd like to point out is that in facilities management, we're in the process, I believe it'll start next year,
Yes, in July or so next year is our
where we're going to have to take down.
I didn't hear what he
4
said. What did you say?
July of next year is there's a huge maintenance project going on.
Okay.
We're going to have to deactivate about 400 to 500 beds at a time to totally do all the renewed HVAC improvements. And so this will give us some capacity to move those inmates out of our main jails into an empty jail that we may have. The fact that we talk about 4,500 capacity, really our true capacity is somewhere under 4,000 right now.
For staff versus staff, that's correct.
As it relates to staff, and we have to be very, very cautious about the resilience of our staff and how much they can handle yet.
And I think your intent is to, as you mentioned earlier, is to send those folks who are awaiting transfer to the state and transfer, so there won't be coming back here for proceedings.
That's
and
right.
there should not be any interaction with their attorneys or with, I mean, I understand that there would be interaction maybe with their families.
Sure.
But if they were in wherever they were going to go for the state, there would still be that distance that they would have from that perspective. So that's at least some consideration from that standpoint. The other thing that I would like for us to consider and maybe implement even now in anticipation, because the last thing in the world we want to do is to see that jail fill back up after we move these prisoners out, if we choose to do that, is I hope that we could begin a regular meeting, whether it be monthly, whether it be weekly, whatever it might be, between your office, between the judges, between the DA's office, and maybe the defense bar, where we can do everything we can to keep those people who really, could be moved out of the jail, moved out of the jail. And I know you've already done that to a great extent. I know you're not taking just Class Cs.
No.
If they're in there, they may have a Class C, but they've got a more serious offense that has caused them to be brought to the jail in the first place.
That is correct.
I know our diversion center is preventing some folks from entering into the system, which is good. I don't know, preventing may not be the best word, but it's keeping some people with some mental health issues from being put into the jail. And I think we're doing some things, but there's still a lot more we need to look at.
Well, I agree with you, Judge, and we're trying to do some of those things already. We're meeting with municipal police chiefs and trying to get the distant or the on-site magistration going on in their places and making sure that's happening. We're trying to, we do meet with the courts regularly in the DA's office, and we'll continue to do those, and we're in constant contact with those things. We've created advocacy in the jail, especially in medical conditions, and we've had a lot of luck with those things. We're also going to encourage the diversion center a great deal that's not being used now. We're going to be doing some encouragement of that. And just to dovetail off of what GK said about our staff is if we have an incredible staff that has done an incredible job, but I want to tell you that here publicly is we appreciate all the commissioners have done for y'all and Judge, done for them as far as pay and incentives and so forth like that. I think we've been the leader in the state at that, and our counterparts are suffering a lot more than us as far as staffing in different counties. So we have been blessed, and I appreciate y'all's leadership and y'all taking the front of supporting law enforcement in these endeavors, because it has been a tough road to hoe, but our troops have stood up and seeked out the mission and did it with a lot of things. We're still the safest, cleanest jail in Texas as far as major county jails, and they're doing that. They're maintaining that under the headship of Chief Eckert. He's done a great job of leading that, and we're going to continue to do that where these prisoners, even though in troubled times, are being treated with great dignity and respect.
And Chief, I want to thank you too, and I want to thank you and the sheriff. I know a few weeks ago we had a group here from Broadway Baptist, and I know that you, after the meeting, arranged to have a meeting with them, and we attended that a couple of weeks ago, and I thought that went very well. I think they were very satisfied with the responses and the questions that they had. I know they made a couple of suggestions, and I want to tell you how much, Chief Eckert, I appreciate you immediately implementing some of the requests that they had made from that standpoint. So I appreciate that very much. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Judge Whitley. I've got a lot of problems with this issue. Number one, private jails just philosophically give me a great deal of heartburn because their motive is profit, not safety, not health, not rehabilitation. None of those things is part of their business model. But beyond that, I guess my overriding problem is that we're going to spend $18.5 million in the next year, and it will do nothing to solve our problem back here in Tarrant County in our jail system. It creates no additional capacity. It may give confinement officers a momentary breather, but when that's been accomplished, we've still got the same problems. I recognize that the state is failing to act to take prisoners that rightfully should belong to them. And about the only way that I could vote for this proposal is that the prisoners that are sent to Garza County be state prisoners, either convicted felons awaiting transfer to TDC, parole violators, and those who should be in state jail, and there is no room for them there. I would not be in favor of sending any misdemeanors out of this county. And in fact, I think a condition preceding to getting into this agreement would be to get unadjudicated misdemeanors out of our county jail. That would create, I'm told, somewhere in the neighborhood of 180 beds. That's a step in the right direction. I know this is something that the sheriff cannot effectuate on his own, but the judges need to get involved here and help relieve some of this overcrowding in our jail. Time is out for slow dockets. Time is out for not holding hearings. We need all hands on deck to solve these problems, and we're not getting all hands on deck. We're about to spend a whole bunch of money, and we're not going to solve a single problem back here in Tarrant County. And that troubles me a great deal.
So I do have questions. Are you done, Commissioner Brooks?
For now.
Okay, very good. Very good. Okay. So I'm just gonna ask these questions, and whoever feels that it's directed towards them, please answer. If you don't know the answer, I don't know the answer. I don't want anything made up or attempted. So the first question is, in us working with Harris County on this contract, I want to make sure that I understood correctly that Harris County is scheduled to have a special meeting on this tomorrow. And did I hear that correctly?
Yes, ma'am. That was the email I got from their purchasing agent, that they would have a special called meeting tomorrow to consider their version of this contract.
Okay, very good. So then is one contract contingent upon the other?
It's not written that way, but MTC has made it clear that they need both contracts to be implemented in order to move forward with their hiring processes and their startup processes.
Okay. Very good. So somewhat to Commissioner Brooks's point about not having all the players in the game and at the table, it's concerning to me that we would get to this point of discussing a contract, but yeah, we have not had a discussion as a court with the judges and other stakeholders to really talk about the root issues and how we're going to effectively address those root issues. So I'm guessing that those conversations have been had at the staff level, or?
With regards to reducing the jail population, do you want to say something, Chief?
I was going to let her finish.
I'm done. I'm done with that question, asking it.
My name is Executive Chief Charles Eckert. I'm the Jail Administrator for Tarrant County. We've had multiple conversations. We've met with the judges, and what I would say is, I believe Commissioner Brooks said it best, the sheriff has no control over what law enforcement agencies bring the people to our jail, how the courts move the people through the jail. We've had multiple meetings trying to figure out when was the judicial process going to kick back into full speed to try to move these people through. But again, I don't think anybody from the sheriff's department can speak to, why there's a delay or why the people aren't getting out of jail faster.
But we have had those conversations.
We've had those conversations multiple times with the court.
Okay. And so then have the stakeholders reviewed this contract or provided input in the contract?
We've been working with the Sheriff's Department on this contract from the very beginning. And I want to also say that in one group that we haven't mentioned yet, but had played a big role in a lot of the heavy lifting, the District Attorney's Office has been involved in this from the very get-go. And we're working at night times and on the weekends on this thing for about 6 or 8 weeks. I would like to also address or add something that Chief Eckert had said. You might remember that the Commissioners Court had approved a contract with the National Center for State Courts, and then we expanded it also to work with our district and then our criminal courts, and then also our county courts that hear criminal cases, to create a more expeditious way of handling their dockets, so that we could get more people into the docket process, so that we could dispose of their cases. That they've done a study now on it, and they are in the process now. I believe they're about to begin the training aspect.
Yeah, they're finishing the final draft that they submitted in that.
So we did bring that up to the Commissioners Court. That was something that we addressed. We had been holding meetings with the judges, with the Sheriff's Department, with court administration, with state parole, with the criminal defense bar, in trying to figure out what we could do to begin to improve that process. And so that was one of the outcomes of that. That's why we brought that back to the court. And we did have a conversation here in court about that somewhat. But that's the extent that we've engaged the other elected officials. I believe, Judge Willie, you might have been in at least one of those meetings. It might have been about a year ago. We've been working on this for quite a while.
Okay. Well, so as has been shared a couple times now, is that the sheriff and the Sheriff's Department can't do this work, can't make these improvements on their own. So is there a reason why we're just hearing from the Sheriff's Department about this contract? Does that make sense? Because it seems a bit out of context to me that we're considering this contract, I understand what it's meant to do, the goals that it's attempting to achieve, but we're still not talking about the larger issue.
So as it relates to this contract, we did talk with the court about it, and we did mention the sheriff issue because we had to set aside the $18.5 million from the FRF funding to fund this, and then we reduced that to $18 million. I believe that's all.
You know, here's the thing that I've had the same concerns that we've been just addressing here. The one thing that I had not grasped or had not sunk in was the fact that we've got the HVAC renovations that we are going to begin next year, and that is effectively going to take 400 to 500 beds out of commission for probably the next couple of years. And so automatically we find, and you know, Cold Springs, how many beds do we have at Cold Springs?
384.
Are we planning on reactivating Cold Springs when we start the renovations?
So Cold Springs, every year we keep that up to jail standards. It's inspected right now. We could occupy it. The issue is under state standards, jail standards, the inmate has to classify low risk to go out there.
And we don't have any low risk right now.
We have no low risk right now.
So effectively, in addition to the 500 beds that we're going to take offline, we've got 384. So we've got 880 beds out of our 5,015 beds. You gave me a strange look there. Do we have 5,015 beds? That's what we've got if you include.
That's the total capacity of all of our confinement.
Okay, so in effect, we really are going to have somewhere just north of 4,100 beds when we start the renovation process. And right now we've got, as of this morning, we had 4,389 people in custody. So if it weren't for the renovations, I might be sitting here arguing. I mean, as I'm looking down, as I said earlier, we've got 755 that belong to the state. 405 of those could be sent to Garza or Post. We're not going to send the ones that are waiting for court exams.
No,
we're
sir.
not going to send them up there.
No, sir.
We've got 457 in what is called suspense, which I'm still trying to figure out. And I think that there's some, you know, the other thing that we're going to have to do, and you've already had to do it at least once this year, and that's call the various police around here and say, we're not taking prisoners anymore, we're full. And in the past, the way that happened is you're not bringing them to us until the DA is going to accept charges or going to file charges, because that way they're not bringing in prisoners and then forgetting to do all the homework and the final paperwork to be able to get them indicted. And I know that there's been, you know, questions about not taking those prisoners, but I think, you know, that may be something we need to go back toward looking, and I would just ask that you do that, because when we've got 457 that for some reason are in what is called suspense, that gives me pause. Now, I know that there's none of them there purely on misdemeanor Cs, but there's still 457 that are in suspense.
And about 138 of those this morning were people in our confinement areas where they had a charge had been filed, but the charge had not been accepted.
And so those are the kind of, I mean, that's why I'm asking that you get that y'all's department get with judges and with the DA and with the defense bar. Maybe the police chiefs need to be in there too. But I'm as concerned as you are about the fact that we're going to do this and then we're going to fill them back up. And that's especially going to be a problem come next July when we tell you you just lost 500 more beds. And so that's the only, that 500 more beds in July of next year is what's convinced me that I'm not sure we have any choice.
Yeah, but we're not gonna have another $18.5 million next year to perpetuate this process. So we've got to intervene and make some changes now.
I don't disagree. You're right. We've got a year, and then I would say to facilities, you better get that renovation done as quickly as possible. Because if we're renovating the whole thing and we're doing it 500 at a time, I don't know how much it takes to take care of those 500 beds, how long it's going to take to renovate that. But, you know, my quick math tells me we got about 8 of those little tours around the world to get done. And if it's going to take us 6 months, then we just went to 4 years, and we can't wait 4 years. They got to get done quickly.
I was wondering if I could say a couple of things.
Yes, sir.
Every week, at least one county across the state of Texas contacts me asking if we have beds available. So this is not a Tarrant County problem, this is a statewide problem. All counties are dealing with understaffed and not having enough jail space. Commissioner Brooks made a comment in reference to the fact that this is a private jail. And I'll be honest with you, I am not a fan of private jails. And one of the things that we discussed on this particular contract is the fact that these officers and these staff that are going to be working in this facility are going to fall under the authority of the Garza County Sheriff. So they have to meet jail standards every day. One of the jail standards is everybody that supervises inmates must be a licensed jailer in the state of Texas. So the big thing about September the 9th is, are they going to meet jail standards or not? And when I spoke with Chandler, if they lose jail standards, I'm just going to say, I don't know what we're going to do, because I don't want my inmates in a facility where they don't meet jail standards. That's very, very important to me.
And I'll tell you, I talked with the county judge from Garza County last week, and I told him that our biggest concern was making sure that they not only met, but they kept jail standards continuously, and whether or not they could be up. Now, they tell me that in 28 days from the day we sign this contract, we can begin to phase up to the 432 beds.
Another very positive thing is Shannon Turklitz is the jail administrator for Harris County. He is retired as the assistant director of the Texas Jail Commission. The person that MTC hired to run this jail is a gentleman by the name of John Luna. I have known John Luna for years. He is retired from the Texas Jail Commission. So there's nobody that understands jail commission rules better than John Luna and the people that do this on a daily basis. So I realize y'all are contemplating a contract with a civilian jail, but this will not be run as a private contract, whacking hut type facility. They are going to have to meet jail standards. When we were going through this contract, when I was meeting with Chandler, there's a reason why I asked for specific things. If we go down there and something's not right, they have X amount of time, and that time frame is usually the exact same time that the jail commission gives you to get things fixed. There's always going to be mistakes. Every facility will make mistakes. Every agency will make mistakes, but there's always going to be a time to get those things corrected, and we're going to hold them to that standard. And very specifically in reference to this project that's coming up, it's the Correction Center. And if you look at the Correction Center, it's 4 towers. Y'all, you've been in there. It's broken out into 4 quadrants. An entire quadrant from the 13th floor to the 1st floor all has to come down because of the design of the facility. So all the plumbing, all the electrical, all the duct systems in reference to this, it's a whole column of that building that has to come down. And Commissioner Brooks is 100% right. What do we do for the next year? Because I really don't think Tarrant County wants to spend another $18 million come October 1 next year to redo this. So all I can say is, with all the counties looking for beds, if we don't take these beds now, there's going to be other counties that take this, and then what do we do? How do we just instantaneously get rid of 500 inmates come July to do this project? And so if we need to take these beds, we need to give our officers an opportunity to get a little bit of a break. Hopefully staffing will get better. Y'all are doing a wonderful job. I tell my officers all the time, y'all have been very supportive. Y'all look out for us. Y'all support Tarrant County employees every single day. We need this. We are not going to be able, I do not see a way, even if the judicial process ramps up immediately, to get rid of 500 inmates by the time this project starts. I just don't see a way of doing it, because it's just like trying to fill up 432 beds in Garza County. If I take 125 a week and TDC picks up 100, my net gain for that week is 25. So it's a continuous thing. It's the perfect example of what goes on in the jail. We release 75 people on bond or a sentence in, 92 people come in the same day. We never, ever get a chance to catch breath. And we've got to give our staff a chance between when this starts to when that project to reduce the amount of overtime. 432 beds. Belknap facility is 144 beds per floor because it's actually 152, but I want you to think about something. So jail standards is a 1:48 ratio, so I have to have 1 officer per 48, just for general population inmates. That's not people that are suicidal or anything else. But the jail population on the floor is 152. So I would have to put an extra officer on that floor to guard those additional 8 inmates. So that's one of the things that I'm constantly doing on a daily basis to keep overtime down, is I cap that at 142. I'm sorry, 144. 144 divided by 3 is 48. But 144 times 3 is 432. I can shut down Belknap. I can shut down that facility, give those officers a break. You might want to talk to Mike Amador, because I believe there's some facility stuff that would give us a chance to go in there and make sure that that's going to be operational. And if we do not do this project on the correction center and that system fails, it will be an automatic jail failure. And they can come along and say, you cannot occupy that because it doesn't meet health and safety requirements inside that facility. It's a huge, huge deal. And I don't want to get into the whole project just a whole lot, because that's, you know, Mike Amador's purview, but I'm just letting you know the situation we're in.
I appreciate that, Chief.
Yep.
Okay. I do have more questions about the contract.
I'm sorry, he was making a comment. We are staffed so short, and you know, the sheriff said 6,000 hours of overtime a week. Let's say we're 150 officers short. If you do 150 officers times 8 hours a day times 5 days a week, I believe that comes out to exactly 6,000. Belknap right now, because in 2015, that thing had been depopulated till COVID. We had to repopulate Belknap. There's no staffing. There's no staffing funded for Belknap. Every single officer that works over there, 45 officers a day, are working 100% overtime. That's how we run that.
Well, and you know, I'm not going to rule out asking our legislators to go to the state and say, we got $18 million that Tarrant County's paying to Garza or to this corporation, and there are our prisoners. We ought to be paying that contract with all this cash they got sitting around in Austin.
And Commissioner Brooks, I also want to point out, so as soon as we get what's called paper ready, they've been convicted, it's a state charge, we get the paperwork from the court, we send it down to TDC, and we get what's called a PIM pack, they're ready to go to TDC. Those prisoners are going to be going. As soon as they're convicted, before we get the PIM packs, but we know it's going to ultimately end up in being a TDC pickup, those are the inmates that are going to be going. Everybody that has a parole violation and no other charge is going to be going. And part of the contract, if you'll read in there, it states that there's an allocated amount of televised or electronic interviews. So in my opinion, Texas Pardon and Parole, they can do their parole interviews on camera down there. But I don't want to send people down there that we have to bring back for additional charge. Is there going to be a time where a judge needs to bench warrant somebody back because maybe they're a witness or something popped up? Absolutely, 100%. But it's going to be state prisoners. It's going to be people that the judges, if they were sentenced to less than 365 days, 12 months, and they're on a state conviction, what's called a state jail felony, I'm going to send them down there. But no, I do not want to send any misdemeanors. I don't want to send anybody that has serious medical or MHMR. They need to be right here so Tarrant County, MHMR, and John Peter Smith can take care of our prisoners that have a serious need for medical and MHMR services.
Okay, so I need to get to my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
But thank you for your explanation and providing some more background and context for the issue. So these are specific questions. These are questions specific to the contract. So this facility load schedule, it says it means a minimum of 240 net individual beds every week. It talks about the transportation load schedule. Sorry, that's what I meant to talk about, was the transportation load schedule. Means up to 120 prisoners transported by contractor per week, allowable between the county and other counties. Help me understand that. So that doesn't mean we get to send 120 only. That means everyone who's on the contract?
Yes, ma'am. That speaks to the interplay of the two counties that have the agreement. So basically the full 1,032 beds is basically a 52-48 split. 52% of the beds are going to Harris County, 48% of the beds are going to Tarrant County. What we envision is, first of all, we'll start with the transportation load schedule. that makes the assumption that MTC would solely be transporting our prisoners from here to the Garza County facility. So that split, and I'd have to do the math in my head really quick, but I think it's about 50 prisoners a month or a week for us and 70 prisoners for them. You got the numbers already?
Well, I just want to go back, and I apologize, but you keep saying 4852. Are you sure it's not 4258? 432 is 42% of 1,032.
Okay, 4258. Sorry.
Okay.
My bad. Thank you, Judge, for correcting my math. Mr. CPA. So anyway, to finish that, so the split, as it stands, we would anticipate a similar split. That's assuming MTC makes 100% of the transport. But that doesn't preclude our sheriff's office from using their transportation infrastructure to transport additional individuals up there at our cost.
Okay.
Does that answer that question, ma'am?
It does.
And that's separate from the facility load schedule, which I'd be happy to detail out if you're interested in hearing that as well.
Not at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
But I reserve the right to ask for it a little
Yes,
bit later.
ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay, so how will families as well as the legal representation of the prisoners, how will they be notified that their family member or that their client is being moved to this facility?
How they're being transferred?
Yeah.
That
How will they be notified that they're being transferred? Like.
Go ahead. Yep.
So anytime that, regardless of whether they're going out for a medical clinic or whatever it is, there's always a security risk involved with letting somebody know they're going to be transported, because we don't want somebody getting into a gun battle the second they pull out of our sally port. So nobody is notified prior to leaving that they're going somewhere. But once that prisoner or that inmate arrives at that facility, then there's a jail standard that says they have to, upon intake, they have to have access to a phone. So they'll be able to notify their family members upon access to that facility. And we just don't want people knowing when we're moving prisoners, how we're moving prisoners, or where prisoners are going to.
Sure. Okay. I had a question about cost. And you, Chandler, you explained the ramp-up services as
Yes,
well
ma'am.
as the startup period and all that.
Yes, ma'am.
But so in this contract, it says that that we will pay MTC $10.20 per county prisoner per prison day. What's our current cost right now per prisoner per day?
I believe we use, is it $85 per person per day for Tarrant County costs. That's our blended average.
Okay.
And just so, okay, the sheriff just informed me that that number does not include the recent overtime that we've had as well. So that number is probably artificially low if you have not included the overtime.
Can you get me that number?
We can certainly work with budget to get you that updated blended number. Yes, ma'am.
Give me 1 second as I flip here. So, I mean, the contract does go into some detail about what the maximum costs are and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
But how will we be managing where we are in those numbers? What are the different checkpoints?
Sure. So one of the defined terms in here is what they call the midnight strength report, and that's basically the number of individuals that we have at 11:59 p.m. every night that they'll produce in the report. So the anticipation is that our jail chief will work directly with MTC to keep our beds, let's just say, as full as possible.
Okay. What page was that on? Because I missed it.
For which part?
You said the midnight.
Strength report, that is page number 2. It is item I.
Okay, so just the definition, but the contract, it doesn't go further into that reporting.
No, ma'am. All it speaks to is the fact that we have 432 beds that will be available to us as a max capacity, and it is incumbent upon Tarrant County to transport and fill those beds, unless we choose to use MTC's transportation services as well.
Well, so I'm concerned from a cost perspective, and also like other things that are going on at the facility. What's going to be the regular reporting structure to the court?
To the court?
Yeah.
I'm certain we could come up with something if that's something that you're interested in, to see just kind of percentage of usage and things like that. Is that kind of what you're interested in?
How frequently are they going to bill us?
Monthly. They owe us a bill. They no later than the 10th day of every month they'll submit a bill for
the previous month.
For the previous month, yes, sir. and that would include the monthly fee as well as any of the ancillary fees that come out of bucket 3 for medical services, transportation,
So we could
things
be
like that.
given a report on a monthly basis of what we've spent from each bucket toward the maximum amount for each phase of the contract.
Yes, we could certainly do that. In fact, we've put very specific language in there to assure that our auditor has every bit of access to any financial documentation she needs in order to approve and pay those invoices.
Okay. So there's a section in here that addresses death in custody.
Yes, ma'am.
And historically, unfortunately, the sheriff has not been forthcoming with death in custody to the entirety of the court. That's a problem for me. So in here, in this contract, it says MTC shall immediately notify Tarrant County Sheriff's Office upon notice of death of a county prisoner under MTC's care, custody, and control. If you go on and read it, it says nothing about the court being notified. I'm not comfortable certainly signing this contract and sending away hundreds of prisoners if I have to rely upon the sheriff to give notice of death in custody.
So one thing I may point you to, and I'll have to find it really quick, there is a note in there that basically states that the point of contact for the contract is actually the county administrator's office. So my son, with a copy to the sheriff's office, so any notifications made by MTC would be made to the county administrator's office, and we could certainly keep the court informed of any of those items.
But that's not what the contract says in death in custody, so. You're saying that the county administrator being the point of contact supersedes this specific part?
That would be
death in
my
custody?
understanding, yes, ma'am. It was very clearly laid out that the county administrator's office would be the point of contact.
And that's the way it's set up right now, and that anytime there's a death in the jail, I believe, Sheriff, you communicate with the county administrator, and then the county administrator puts out an email to the court.
And, you know, if the court would like to see something like that, rather than embed it directly into the contract, I think we might want to embed that into the order that approves this contract, so that we put everyone on notice that the report needs to come. If you want to put it into our office, that's fine. The sheriff and I communicate pretty much on that anyway, but the fact that they should notify us, obviously along with the sheriff, if any death in custody.
Okay, I'm fine with it going in the order. And then it needs to be clear in the contract as well. So unless I just missed that part, where were you were talking about who's notified? Where was that exactly?
I'll tell you what, let me talk with the CDA just to make sure that my reading of that is correct, and we'll get you back an answer.
Okay, that sounds good, thank you. I didn't hear what she said.
Sorry, so that could also pertain to legal advice, so we can certainly discuss that in closed.
Understood. Okay. I think that is all the questions that I have for right now.
One question I'll have, you talked about the fact that there was going to be video. Have we made sure that somewhere in there we have a requirement that their facility be capable of doing video conferences between?
Yes, it's absolutely spelled out in the contract. So there is a provision for in-person visitation, and there's also a provision for remote visitation, whether it's attorney-client or any other communications that may need to be had with the inmates. That's in Exhibit A.
Okay. Other questions from the court at this time? If not, then I am going to start with the audience participation. And I think I've got Jacqueline, is it Cox?
Well, I think you all have had a very high-level deliberation this morning. I wish to thank you for that. I live in Commissioner Brooks' precinct, but Judge Whitley, you have looked wisely at the figures that are in some of the jail standards abbreviated population reports. And I think you have a basic understanding that the best thing to do, the cheapest way to get people out of your jail is to identify the low-level offenders, bond them out quickly, keep them working, because if they can go to work, they don't become dependent on the state for a long period of time. And, you know, work with the bar. I would really be pleased if a committee were appointed of members of the criminal defense bar and maybe some people from A&M and, you know, just get some social workers and people looking at how to help fix this. I want to bring to your attention, though, three complaints that are targeted specifically to the proposed contract. There are things in the contract which I think invite harm to people that doesn't necessarily need to happen. First is that when you under the contract, if people are sent to Grady County?
Post.
Garza County. Okay. So Garza County is out there 274 miles from here. Round trip, it's about 8 hours of driving. It's going to be very hard for families to get out to see their loved ones. And families are sort of the people who keep persons who are charged with crimes a little on track or more nearly on track. To cut people off from their families is to do them harm in ways that may not help us as a society reduce the costs of criminal behavior. And what this contract says is if you can't afford basically to drive 500 miles round trip, 8 hours in the car, you can have a family visitation online. However, there's a charge for it. The inmate will have to pay for this family visitation online. There's no specification as to how much they can charge. But it's a burden that shouldn't be there. It's just there. There's a family visitation fee. There's also a visitation fee if you hire your own lawyer and your lawyer wants to talk to you. There's a video fee for that. If you, for any reason, need the support of the family, friend, public, and they can't afford to drive all the way to Post, Garza County, to see you, you're going to be denied the support of those people. The other part, that, if I can just give me a minute, all right? The right to consult with an attorney is really important, and you need some privacy for it. They don't say anything in this contract about what privacy must be provided except that you'll be in a private room. But who may view the video or watch the video or hear the video as it goes forward is not addressed at all. That's a potential constitutional violation. You're not supposed to be eavesdropping on consultations between attorneys and their clients. The contract provides that you can have a free visit with your lawyer who drives out to see you. Anybody who comes to see you gets a free visit. But if it's a visit online, if you have court-appointed counsel, they'll pay for that. But if you have the family hired its own lawyer, that's the burden of the family or the inmate to pay for that. Healthcare is not wonderful. Healthcare in Post, Texas, there is no hospital in Garza County. The closest hospital is 47 miles up the road to Lubbock, and there is no guarantee that you're going to get an ambulance quickly in this contract. They say if you have emergency services, we'll figure out something to do about that in 24 hours. Well, you could bleed to death in less than 24 hours. You could die of a heart attack or a stroke in less than 24 hours. This is just not a fair burden on the right to medical care to say that treating access to Peter Smith or our county facilities for health care is the equivalent of going to Post, Texas. It's just not true. It's a potential penalty. There is no curb on the sheriff's discretion about who gets shipped to Post. That needs to be fixed as well. It's a punitive status. To be sent to Post is a kind of punishment. Post, Texas being the little town, that's the county seat in Garza County. To be sent out there is a kind of punishment, and it ought not be imposed just randomly. And frankly, I don't see why you don't just use the old Fort Worth jail down in Mansfield if you have to have extra space to put people when you're afraid of overcrowding. Thank you for your time. Thank you for thinking about this. Thank you for your careful attention to the problem. It's real.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Doreen, is it Geiger?
Agenda item XA5 is written so vaguely that most people will not know that you are about to vote to turn over a significant portion of your responsibilities for the management and operation of the Tarrant County Jail to a for-profit corporation. Management and Training Corporation's Corrections Division is Core Civics, and its corporate stock is traded on the New York Stock Exchange as CXW. Time has shown that private correctional facilities compare poorly to government facilities. They simply do not provide the same level of correctional services, programs, and resources. They do not save substantially on cost, and they do not maintain the same level of safety and security. So many government entities have canceled their contracts with Core Civic that the last 5 years saw the stock share price fall 60%. Tarrant County Jail has many serious problems, including the high number of inmates who have died in custody, including another death last Friday, and a mother giving birth alone with no one at the jail even aware that she was in labor. Reports have surfaced of jailers not making all prescribed rounds. Tarrant County has moved to central magistration, and the big question is, why does it take so long to get someone out of custody? What used to take hours is now taking days. No wonder the jail is overcrowded. Texas law states if someone is arrested for a misdemeanor, the magistrate must make a probable cause determination within 24 hours of arrest. If that determination is not made, the accused must be released on a bond not to exceed $5,000. But if the accused cannot obtain the full amount of the bond, they must be released on a personal bond. This is not how the jail is being operated. This court's first task is to improve the jail, but you need to do much more research before you vote to contract with this nonprofit corporation. Our tax dollars to incarcerate people will primarily go to this corporation's shareholders and to the millions they spend on lobbying and to the millions they give to political candidates through their PAC. And I've given Mr. Manius a package of information for each of the commissioners, and I hope you'll use it. Thank you.
Ms. Geiger, I do believe, I talked with the company. They're not a publicly traded company. The company is Management and Training Corporation, but they're privately owned and they're not traded on any exchange.
They're not. They are privately owned. But they have multiple divisions, subsidiaries. The one that does all of their correctional work is Core Civic. They do prisons throughout the United States and some other countries. They do other types of incarceration facilities. But Core Civic is the division of management and training that does all their correctional work.
Okay. Chandler, is our contract with Core Civics?
No, sir. Contract with Management and Training Corporation.
So
I believe that Core Civics is a competitor with MTC.
Yeah, that's our.
Yeah, you don't have the right company. I'm sorry, but we're not using Core Civics. We're using Management and Training
I
Corporation.
apologize. Everything I found online says that Core Civic is the correctional division for Management and Training Corporation.
We'll check that out.
We will check that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Pamela Young. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm a lead criminal justice organizer with United Fort Worth, and I want to echo what the two ladies before me have spoken. I'm in full agreement with that. This contract does not need to go forward. I thank Commissioner Brooks and Commissioner Allen and you, County Judge, for the questioning that you put forth and for the suggestions that you've put forth. I wholeheartedly support those. And again, the young lady who just spoke, the first goal of this court, of this county, should be Tarrant County Jail and making sure that it is meeting standards. The sheriff said it's the cleanest, safest. That's not true. It's not the cleanest, safest jail in the state or in the nation or whatever it was that he said. It's not true. This jail has failed to meet the standards as well for the Texas Commission on Jail Standards multiple times. Another person just committed suicide in our jail. That means we're not doing something right. This is a multiple occurrence of people killing themselves in our jail. Over 40 people have died in our jail. We need to focus on our jail, not spending money to send people to another jail that is privately run. And we've been advocating for this since the beginning of the pandemic. And I will rescind what we have asked for is much of what you've stated today. We need to first look at how we can decarcerate the jail currently. The Sheriff's Department should be working with the Department of Health, Human Services, the DA, all the judges, everyone, to immediately identify medically vulnerable people. That's something that I don't think has been mentioned today as a way that we can begin to decarcerate. Identify those people who are medically vulnerable in the jail, specifically in the pretrial population, and coordinate with the DA's office to petition the court for their immediate release, either to home confinement, hospitalization, reduced and personal recognizance bonds, or dismiss cases. This includes, but is not limited to, people who are COVID-19 positive, people age 50 and older, pregnant people, people with compromised immune systems. There are so many ways that we can begin to drastically reduce the population at Tarrant County Jail so that we're not paying $18 million to ship them 274 miles away from their families and their support systems that will help them not to be staying here and coming back over and over again. We have to do our part. We can't just keep shuffling this along, especially not for a one-year period, as Commissioner Brooks pointed out. That's not going to solve the problem, you know? So I ask you all to seriously consider all the questions that have come forth today and do not sign this contract. Let's focus on getting Tarrant County Jail correct and making whatever provisions we need to make so that we're not shipping people 274 miles away and that we are getting to the root of the problem here. Thank you.
Just a couple of comments I want to make. That in the last 30 years, there's been 6 or 7 days that this jail has not been has been deemed to be out of compliance. 6 or 7 days in the last 27 to 30 years. It is thought to be, and I've heard the jail standards and the jail inspectors say that they enjoy coming up here by the way they're treated, by the way the facility looks. So that's one thing. The other thing that I really hope that everybody understands, yes, it's 274 miles from Fort Worth to Post. It's 200 miles from Fort Worth to Huntsville. Those folks are supposed to be in Huntsville. They're not supposed to be in Fort Worth. And I don't know, and this would be one question that I'm going to want to ask in a minute, because I do hear that if they're going to have to charge a fee, does the state charge a fee for a video visitation with a prisoner in Huntsville? Now, as far as the attorney and the privilege of that, I can guarantee you that the attorneys make sure that if they're on a video conference with their client, and again, the people who we're talking about sending, they've been sentenced and they're ready to go to prison.
You're
So
also
there's-
talking about parole violators, right?
Well, that's what I was just fixing to say. The exception to that would be possibly the parole violators. And I guess I want to know, because if they had gone to Huntsville, would the state have charged for a video visitation? And if so, I don't want us charging anything more than what the state would have charged for a family in Fort Worth to have had a video visit with someone, with their loved one in Huntsville or wherever it might be. So I'm going to ask you that in a minute, and you can come up. But I hear what you're saying, and thank you very much for coming out today and your comments. Next is, I think I've already talked with Ms. Cox. Lon is not here. Okay. Mr. Torlincasa, you're not on this one?
Yes, I believe he is.
Okay, I missed you, so I just thought that must be a mistake. So come on down.
Judge Whitley and commissioners and public employees that are public servants. One of the things that's missing in this conversation, kind of the elephant in the room, or perhaps the donkey in the room, is that in only a few months we're going to have a new district attorney. The entire pipeline and how we get to these numbers and challenges starts with what happens in the field with law enforcement and how these populations are handled by the current district attorney's office. There are a number of issues there, and of course that goes to the defense bar and the court-appointed attorneys and the categorization of the jail populations. And I got to tell you, anybody that stands up here and says the cleanest and safest jail in Texas, of the three men who come up here to represent the Sheriff's Department, I'd strongly encourage you to listen to the other two staffers most of the time. It is true, it is a one-way trip, and this is where the concern is. It is a one-way trip 274 miles away. The current sheriff and staff, for 45 poor souls recently, it was a one-way trip. I heard the phrase loaded, as if they're loaded into cattle cars and hauled out to a county that has more cows than people. And I just want to make a couple of distancing points as far as span of management. This current sheriff's department does not effectively manage the 2 or 3 deputies in the back of the room. This sheriff's department can't manage the one deputy assigned to Tarrant Appraisal District who has a long disciplinary record and a lot of problems. And fiasco after fiasco under that contract is the responsibility of the sheriff. The idea that we're going to send 500 some humans 274 miles away and rely on this sheriff to manage and oversee that is just incredible. But here's some specific suggestions. The bond system as it reads is a joke. I'm told that the bond record-keeping system that
Let's go ahead and stick to the Garza contract that we're talking about.
Right. The population is influenced by how bad the bond system is organized by the sheriff. The overpopulation and crowding at the jail starts with the bond not being clear and software that's 8 years old. The excuse is it's new software.
Mr. Torlincasa, hold it. We're talking about the contract. Stop his clock for a second.
Right. I oppose the contract because of these things.
No, sir. Stop for just a second. The sheriff, people put people in the jail. A judge can only take them out. The DA can only take them out. The sheriff has to manage them while they're there. He can't let people out on his own accord. So stick to the contract with this.
The sheriff manages the bonds. The public cannot read what the bond amount is to even bond some of these people out. The Texas Jail Project suggests that this sheriff's department provide data that lists specifically the names of the individuals, what charge they're in there for, by bond amount, site population, homeless, indigent, and of course, this sheriff's jail contains 2 journalists that don't need to be in the jail in the first place.
I believe that is all the public comments we have right now. The one that is left is Lon Burnham. When we come back, if he is able to have returned at that point in time, then I'm going to let him speak, but I believe that that takes care of everyone else. So we're going to move on at this point in time. No, we're not. We're going to have a slight recess, and then we'll come back, and then we'll move on our agenda, and then after closed, we'll come back and talk about this.
think we need to quit interrupting the speakers.
Come back in to have a forum. But no longer are we gonna have to wait. Let me kind of see if, I want to propose that, here's what we're gonna do next. First off, Representative Burnham has arrived, and he was one of the ones that wanted to speak to the item of the Garza contract, so we're gonna go and let him do that at this point in time. Then we're gonna go through the agenda, and we're going to address those items that we have audience participation forms in on. And we're gonna do each one of those so that we don't keep people any longer than is necessary from that standpoint. You're welcome to stay, but we're gonna at least give you an opportunity to make any comments, at this point in time, and in that way, you can decide after that. You want me to turn my mic back on? Fine. Everybody can hear me.
Thanks, Kyle.
So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Burnham, come on forward, and we're glad you were able to make it back.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. As the judge has already said, I'm Lon Burnham, and some of you probably know that my wife and I have been voting at 2103 6th Avenue for over 40 years now, and I'm one of those people whose ballot was needed to be fixed. And I know it's not the election administrator office. You have a great election administrator. It's the state's fault. And that's the heart of the message that I'm going to get to today. I want to start with a thank you to Commissioner Brooks and Allen for voting against the funding of the unnecessary political junkets the last time I was here to speak. Today I'm primarily here to discuss some concerns I have about First Amendment violations. But to speak to the agenda item today, I'm against it. Not that I don't recognize and didn't have a great conversation with Mr. Manius. I understand what kind of crisis you're dealing with, but let's talk about the root of the problem. The root of the problem, once again, it's the states. And whoever suggested maybe that all the major urban counties should just sue the state and get them to do their job, I think that's a great idea. Sue the state. Don't contract out to a private vendor to fix your problems. Now, what you can do locally is get the DA's office and the sheriff's office in gear. You are holding way too many people multiple nights for misdemeanors because your DA office and your sheriff's office are not functioning correctly. Now, I can kind of see the handwriting on the wall. You're probably going to pass this, but I just want to be real clear. You're not dealing with the root of the problem. The root of the problem is the state government not doing its job, again. The root of the problem is the DA's office not doing their job. Again, they're not processing these misdemeanor people. They are costing us money because they're not doing their job. And finally, it's the sheriff's office because of the way they're doing their job. So let's not just throw money at a problem. Let's go to the root of the problem. And that's dealing with these basic issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lon. I appreciate you being here. Okay, from there, we are going to move to the next one that I show has an audience participation is facilities management. So Mike, come on down, and it's item number 1. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. First item we have for you, this has been recommended and approved for ARPA FRA funding. And we're requesting approval of a professional services contract with the Burrell Group for asbestos consulting services at the Sheriff Office Recruitment Training Academy restroom remodel in the amount of $4,679.
Anybody want to do that one, or we just want to forget about it?
I was just trying to make sure I understood what the action was.
I believe there's an audience participation. Yeah.
You make a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We do have an audience participation on this. Mr. Torlankasi.
I'll be very brief, Judge. I was speaking with one of your facility managers. I believe his name is Kenneth Hodges. He's the gentleman that manages the Plaza building, because I wanted to educate myself on how the facilities aspect of operating the building, maintaining it, and on agenda items specifically like this. I signed up for the very first one because it has to do with the training facility for the Sheriff's Department. And the revelation that I gave Mr. Kenneth over there, who's obviously good and competent at his job, is how many of the facilities in the county that are headed by a facility manager such as him are having sheriff's deputies go in and trespass people without even the knowledge of the facilities department.
Any other discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Mike, while you're here, nope, you got a couple of other ones. You're going to have to come back. The next item that I show is
Maybe the Sheriff's Department.
I believe it's going to be the Sheriff's Department. Pulled from consent, it was item number 1. And Mr. Manius, do you want to?
Yes, sir. Members of the court, if we can go to that particular item under the Sheriff's Department, what we're requesting is that the Commissioners Court accept the FY23 Statement of Grant Award for the Texas Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority in the amount of $1,332,593 for the Tarrant Regional Auto Crimes Task Force. This is a grant that we have previously received, and it funds a majority of their efforts. It's not just in auto theft, but it's in various auto crimes. There is a grant match as it relates to this. That match has been included in the FY23 budget. Staff is recommending approval.
I move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. We have an audience participation. Mr. Torlencassi.
Judge Whitley and Commissioners, you know that I'm not the only person that comes and asks that you exercise the power of the purse and the deliberative process and craft a way to get the Sheriff's Department and their conduct under control, as well as the performance of the most core responsibility. All these extra interagency task force, each one of these extra grants are spreading the staff thin. And one of the things I recognized is the deputies in the back of the room are a really good example. They all take a turn in the county jail because of staffing issues. Yet we constantly are trying to run all over the county showing that the Sheriff's Department can be all things to all people, when at its root, the county jail is not operated properly or efficiently. And what makes it worse is the deputies doing double or triple duty, because I run into them all over the county, treat all of the public as if we are all, in fact, inmates. With the civil rights violations that I keep pointing out to you, I will keep encouraging you to simplify the span of authority and responsibility of the Sheriff's Department and have them shrink back into exclusively jail management and patrol of the few unincorporated areas of the county until they get their act together.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, the next, are there any appointments today? There's not any, but Mr. Torlencassi would like to make a audience participation comment about that.
Yeah, this is a pretty regular agenda item, and that doesn't mean you always have someone to appoint to a board. I can tell you that I'm not standing here by myself when I say this. There are thousands of people across the county that want this Commissioner's Court and you, Judge Whitley, as well as the other 72
governmental entities in the county to ask for the chair, Catherine Wildman's resignation from the Tarrant Appraisal District. The continuing series of ridiculously inappropriate events and conduct over at Tarrant Appraisal District, and God knows what else we're about to discover, but watch the newspaper tomorrow, and you'll see that the board there is not paying attention to what Mr. Law and Mr. Armstrong are up to. And that goes one layer deeper. You have a contract over there. You supply one sheriff's deputy daily named J.D. Thomas at the Tarrant Appraisal District. Ms. Wildman or any of the other 4 board members have any idea not only his disciplinary record, but his conduct towards the public as a regular course of business. Now, I have videos of my experiences. I have videos of other people's experiences. And you've seen Ms. Wildman quoted in the newspaper.
You're kind of pushing this being under the appointments area since we don't make appointments to that board.
You vote, you have proportional votes.
That is not an appointment.
All right, I bet it appears in this particular agenda item when it's time to name the next members. I want you to write a letter and call for her resignation.
Now, I believe that brings us to public comments. And the first person I have is Pastor Tatum. How are you today, sir?
Doing well, Judge. How are you?
Doing good.
How are you, sir?
Doing well. Good. First of all, I want to thank the Judge and Commissioners Court for this opportunity to share a minute. I'm here on behalf of the grandfather of one of the young men who is in custody through our juvenile justice system. Mr. Mark Hopkins called me because he was concerned with the fact that his juvenile grandson hearings were televised through YouTube, and by those hearings being televised or broadcast through those, or live stream, whatever word you want to use, that those hearings have been able to garner millions of viewers around the country. This caused me concern, not because of the pandemic, I understood that, but then I read your comments, Judge, that appeared in the Star Telegram. And if I can say, your comments were right on point to the fact and concerns that they not only taped those and put those up and then allowed them to stay there, but they did it with an 11-year-old child. And the only reason we can see why they would have allowed that to stay up is to get what the grandfather called clickbait, meaning every time someone clicks it, you get credit for that, and then YouTube will send you money. Well, I'm so thankful that your ethical principles up here and the standards you have caused you to send that money back, because that's not the kind of county we have. We will not allow elected officials to profit from the pain of the people who are the poorest in the county. That is not only unethical, I'm questioning the constitutionality of him showing that 11-year-old on YouTube and keeping that up. So we're calling for an investigation, because we need to know how many times was that YouTube clicked on that caused you all to receive a check for $9,000? And how long was it up to allow others to have millions of views to get that same clickbait, and to not only demonize this young man more than he really deserves, a child, but there is nothing set up to really provide that young man with the rehabilitation he really needs. And now his grandfather, in my case, the one who really is concerned about his well-being and not exploiting him for profit, has been put in another position of pain because someone in this county wanted to profit at the expense of his grandson. So I'm asking the county today for an official investigation into Judge Alex Kim and his actions. And we're going to ask Mr. Kim if he wouldn't mind stepping down to allow someone in that position who cares about children. It concerns me greatly, and I end with this, Judge, that the son of immigrants who came to this country for a better way of life, who has produced a better life for his children, that he has risen to the level of judge of juvenile justice, and he has no compassion for the poor people who come before him, that he's willing to profit at their pain, and that is inexcusable. So thank you all for sending the money back, but we need to send a message to Judge Kim and all these unscrupulous elected officials across the nation, because this is a challenge that we haven't had to deal with before. But I'm glad it's starting in Tarrant County, and I'm hoping that it'll have a riveting effect on any elected official who wants to profit at the pain of the poor. God bless you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Muse, and I probably mispronounced that, and I apologize.
I would say good morning, but good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I didn't ever plan on coming back here, actually, but I came to support some local people. But then I just want to say these ladies did a great job on their research. And then I saw Leslie, so I wanted to give you an update. I did call the grand jury, and I spoke with her last name was Estes. My son still hasn't gotten help. And if only Tarrant County cared as much about child sexual abuse as they care about other stuff, I wouldn't be so angry. You know, I'm sorry, but my personal experience that I've encountered with a child, I know I did not coach to believe he was molested. It's evil. Like, that's the nicest word I can say that I've come across. I even have a police report that shows that Tarrant County, their protocol with any child who is molested, if they do not report their molestation to the first person they encounter besides the one they told, they automatically do not get a forensic interview. That's disgusting. If you know anything about child sexual abuse, number one, it's rare that children even tell because of fear or whatever. Secondly, they often recant. So for me, especially with sex trafficking being so huge in Tarrant County, to me it's almost like the county is grooming these kids who have been molested to get taken away from the protective parent and onto the sex trafficking pipeline. Now, I know that sounds far-fetched for people who do not understand sex trafficking, but as Sheriff Wayborn said in the Cleburne Times, 84% of all sex trafficking comes from foster care. Correct? Foster care is off of family code in Texas. We got a problem that needs to be investigated. I didn't even plan on saying that, but I'm sorry, it just fired me up, and as a mom, I can't not say that. And then the other thing is, I mostly came here for Thomas because, well, he is the elephant in the room. I mean, he is. And I have to say that, because of my pain, I know that sometimes I'm not very nice whenever I talk about things that I'm passionate about. And I hear that in his voice, but as an outsider, a lot of the times I hear you guys are on the same side, but maybe you guys can't see it. And from what I know about me is he has helped me more than this county, he has. And so it speaks a lot. So I feel that he does care about the poor and needy, and he does want to give them a voice. And I do believe that you guys want to as well. I just wish that you guys could have a meeting with him, outside of Commissioner's Court, because if I was a leader, he'd be an ally, because trust is broken in this county, and he would help restore that trust. I really do feel that way. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Cody Ward, is it Warden? Cody Warden. Okay. Next is Carolyn Rodriguez. Next is Mr. Colin Cossie.
Judge Whitley and public servants and citizens, a number of which are watching online, I mentioned the Fort Worth Weekly tomorrow will have quite an expose on the sheriff's staff, specifically the sheriff's deputy that staffs Tarrant Appraisal District. On June the 9th, I went by myself, recording, as is my right, and did open record requests. I was treated with discourtesy, contempt, and paperwork was thrown at me. Eventually, Deputy J.D. Thomas grabbed me and shoved me out the door and told me if I come back, I'll be trespassed. I said, sir, that tomorrow, June 10th, there will be a public meeting and I'll be back. And he leaned out the door and said, I'll be waiting for you. On June 10th, same experience. Only luckily, Manuel Mata was there, and he recorded for the first time ever the Tarrant Appraisal District, where he captured Jeff Law and Randy Armstrong omitting and lying to the board and all of the taxpayers and property owners of Tarrant County. That story made the front page of the Star-Telegram. That story launched dozens of members of the media to come on June 30th, where on June 30th, Mr. Mata and I were again blocked, including by these deputies in the back and J.D. Thomas, from entering the public meeting to speak, even though I was signed up. Mr. Mata, even though he was the first media there and the media that broke the story. We were manhandled again on that occasion. On the most recent occasion, August 12th, we were invited into the meeting room early, told to stand in a box smaller than 3 foot by 6 foot, and all kinds of rules and procedures which don't exist were pushed onto us. Mr. Mata did nothing wrong. The deputies in the back of the room and J.D. Thomas, who are not trained even in basic field work, which is where you do an investigation and you make your decisions based on fact and law. Instead, they went hands-on, they assaulted us, they assaulted injured, disabled Manuel Mata multiple times. We have every bit of it on video, not just the little snippet you saw, Judge. Then the public was bullied in the overflow room. We sent this county administrator 3-minute video of dozens of people I've never met and do not know, but also Mr. Gerald Miller was present. He was bullied and leaned over by J.D. Thomas. He is the muscle at Tarrant Appraisal District. He is not loyal to his chain of command. He answers more to Jeff Law and Randy Armstrong. But I tried to file a criminal complaint with the Sheriff's Department and an internal investigation because I am a crime victim. I took it to a man named Mr. Trent, which is an investigator for the District Attorney's Office. He refused it, though it was his duty to take it. I took it to a man named Mr. Chapman, who said he didn't work for the Sheriff's Department, but it says sheriff on his lanyard. He wouldn't take it at the grand jury. I served it directly to the grand jury. You have no idea what the mess is over there, and you have no idea what the disciplinary record reflects for Mr. J.D. Thomas.
Next is Walter Horton. Mr. Horton.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Yes, my name is Walter Horton. I live in Tarrant County, and I'm a 5th-generation Texan. If I may, I would like to direct your attention to the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Title 5, Subtitle A, Chapter 55.1, Subchapter B, Section 55.1.02, and subsections A, B, and C. And I'll try to be quick. I would like to read those 3 subsections in their entirety. Subsection A, a person in attendance at a public meeting may record all or any part of an open meeting of a governmental body by means of a recorder, video camera, or other means of audio or visual reproduction. Subsection B, a government body may adopt reasonable rules to maintain order at a meeting, including rules relating to 1, the location of recording equipment, 2, the manner in which the recording is conducted. Subsection C, a rule adopted under subsection B may not prevent or unreasonably impair a person from exercising a right granted under subsection A. Now, to me, these provisions are well written and they're clear. And my question to y'all today, does anybody on this court want to say that that's not the law? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next is LaVon Cockrell.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate everyone and all your comments about things. I'm going to tell a story with two purposes. One is to that can help me cut my taxes, and the other is to explain an important right as a citizen. And my source is my memory from a poster and some numbers from some dates from Wikipedia. Amon Giles Carter was born December 11th, 1879. Everybody here knows him as Amon G. Carter. His mother died in 1892, and her children walked out of the house and began to fend for themselves. Amon was 13 years old when that happened. I read this on the poster at the Star-Telegram. He goes to Bowie, Texas, and he becomes a chicken and bread boy. He hunted rabbits, killed them, cut them up, and sold chicken sandwiches to the passengers on the train. And he saved his money, and he came to Fort Worth, and he bought the Star, and he bought the Telegram, and we have the Star-Telegram because of Amon Carter's. You know, if he'd been in my family, he would have been in golf. His mother would have had him in a bunch of things, but Amon Carter did some wonderful things for our city. He had no journalism degree. He didn't go to TCU, UT, UTA, UNT, ETSU, Texas Tech, or NYU, or Columbia. He didn't even finish high school. He was a citizen journalist, which is which he saved his money and helped us with this citizen journalist idea. Now, I taught journalism at Pasco High School, and commissioners, a citizen journalist is a real thing. It's historical, and it is lawful. And Benjamin Franklin was one, and Amon G. Carter was one. And anyone in this room may decide to record history and comment on it and publish it. And that's legal, and it's lawful, and our sheriffs and our police officers need to understand this. Because the incident that Thomas just spoke about, I was putting my makeup on in my little closet when I watched this online, and it was unbelievable. What in the heck? I know Thomas. He lives in my neighborhood. He helps do things for me if I don't have somebody to come over and pick something up. I taught gang members at Pasco High School, and they made me mad. I like people to mind. Manuel has a different cultural event than I do, but he has the same rights that I have, and I'd like our officers to understand he has those rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Daniel Bennett.
This is public comments, right?
Yes,
sir.
Yes,
I
sir.
was outside. I came in late. Thank you, Daniel Bennett. I'm just going to read this too. Fairly lengthy, you pick and choose. Wildman was charged by a former TAD Chair O'Donnell in 2020 to head up a board subcommittee to review board policies and review board audio. She had one telephone meeting and did nothing related to the board policy. The sum of the meeting was that she wanted public comments reduced from 5 to 3 minutes, and that she wanted staff to purchase new microphones and speakers. This was the beginning of her comments that shows she really wasn't to hear from the public. During her first year on the board, she was totally disengaged and did not appear prepared for any board meeting. During budget review in 2020, it was brought to her attention that TAD was paying an attorney on retainer which had not been approved by the board, of $32,370 per month. Did not seem to have much problem with it. She also maintained that the same attorney represented the board, which was not true. The board now has its own attorney on retainer and is paid less than $50,000. In December 2020, she tried to give a large legal firm a contract in excess of $1 million, while the staff recommended another firm for around $300,000. She wanted to approve it without asking the price. That was Linebarger. As chair, she defended the inaction of the chief appraiser regarding an employee who was caught filming up a skirt of a female tax agent. I believe I was down here and I acknowledged that before this Commissioner's Court many years ago. She repeatedly is confused about what agenda item is next on the board meeting. She voted against a motion to authorize an outside audit of the TAD software, which has been an ongoing problem, and why TAD had one of the largest ARB protests in the state. She never dives into why legal department budget has skyrocketed. I mean skyrocketed from $750,000 to $1.6 million in 4 years. She has shown no interest in changing the culture at TAD, which includes bullying and intimidation, which has been borne out. On June 10th, she denied that she had heard any complaints lodged against the tax agent by Director of Residential. On June 30th, she directed the board to have Chief Appraiser investigate his own inaction and lies regarding the TDLR complaints. On June 30th, 2022, continued with TAD board meeting while over 400 people waited outside in 100-degree weather. Number 13, has refused to have someone take notes in executive session for archives. Ooh, that's a nice one. Has violated Open Meetings Act on numerous occasions. Supported the vote to have Chief Appraiser suspended for 2 weeks without pay and nothing more. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'll ask if Cody Warden is here. Does not appear to be. And then Carolyn Rodriguez. Does not appear to be. So that is all of the public comments. Okay, go ahead and come on forward.
Thank you. I'll spare the introductions this time, but I did want to speak to the reason I originally decided on Friday to come to Commissioner's Court today. Not one of my favorite things to do, but this is pretty compelling as far as I'm concerned. I'm primarily here today to talk about the violations in First Amendment rights of a number of people by your county staff. I think it's important that we all stand and defend the First Amendment rights. I've long been a critic of corporate-controlled media, and I think the independent media that is trying to cover public meetings in this county should be supported, not suppressed and thrown in jail. It's time to recognize that while this Commissioner's Court, by virtue of the Texas Constitution, has very limited control over a renegade sheriff's department, and probably even less control over the district attorney's office, you do have control of the purse. Last time I was here, I spoke and two of you agreed it is time to cut back on the frills and the waste in the sheriff's department. But the most important thing is to restore the rights of the people that are inappropriately incarcerated for exercising their First Amendment rights. You do have the power and the obligation by virtue of your oath of office to support the First Amendment rights of everybody in this county, and I expect you to do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. With that, then we will recess our open meeting to proceed to close to discuss items exempted under Section 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code. Now, we're going to be coming back, but we're going to recess right now to go into closed. And if I were guessing, and that's all we're doing, I would guess that we will start back up around 2:15. So for you folks that have agenda items that we haven't covered yet, y'all come back. And anybody else who wants to is welcome to come back also.
You know you're always welcome. Let me grab my glasses. Can't see anything.
Perfectly in one motion.
Good finish.
Yeah, I got it. House. I'm a lady that cleans the house for me.
Well, I had the bug man out to my house last week.
Yeah.
Having returned from our closed session, we'll now get back at it. And I believe that, at least as I calculate it, the next item is number 7 on the administrator's report.
6.
No, oh, number 6. Okay, number 6.
Let's be moving.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the court. Staff here is today requesting adoption of resolution to explore electrification benefits in Tarrant County. The resolution sets up the county to be in position for future grant opportunities, to develop electrification infrastructure goals, and establishes an electric fleet pilot program. The pilot program will help us determine the potential for long-term savings in Tarrant County.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
You and I had a discussion earlier on this concerning some type of equity position where the electric vehicles were going to be treated the same as the gasoline vehicles as far as the gasoline tax that they're not paying for road maintenance in the state of Texas and in our counties and in our cities. We do all of our road work, and a large part of that is typically paid for out of that fund. And electric vehicles still don't pay anything. So you might explain what we added to that?
Okay, we suggested maybe adding an option for the goals and measures to support mechanisms that ensure electric vehicle owners contribute their fair share towards road construction and maintenance. That'd be something, for this, to advocate for that. We can add that if that's something that we'd like to.
I'd be supportive of that. I mean, I know just based off of the work as a part of the North Texas Electric Vehicle Compact is that electric vehicle drivers are more than willing to pay. And as I understand it in the community, there's been a lot of conversations about what that would be.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think we know the answer. And we're not going to do that at our level. The legislature, obviously.
But I don't have a problem with adding it to the document that we're considering, knowing that it will take a legislative policy statement sent to the states to take a look at it.
Okay, I think we're pretty much on that, so I appreciate y'all doing that and working through that. Any other discussion? Y'all aren't conferring about my fixing the vote, right?
No, sir, you're clear.
Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And congratulations, Susan, on your first county resolution.
Yeah, we kept her pending for a while there.
Well, we didn't make it easy.
Okay, I want to go ahead and move back to item number 5. And this is the agreement between Tarrant County and Management and Training Corporation as it relates to the housing of Tarrant County inmates. Staff is requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the agreement between the county and MTC, which is a Delaware corporation for the housing of Tarrant County inmates in the Giles Dalby Correctional Facility in Garza County.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Members of the Court, we can now go to item number 7. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve an agreement between the concurrent approved agreement between the Tarrant County Hospital District and Beck Portier joint venture for design build services as it relates to the new parking garage located at Main Street and Magnolia Street in Fort Worth.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. I'm not used to having two of them back there.
So, members of the Court, we can go to item number 8. Previously, during our consent agendas, we received and filed a declaration of local disaster, which the county judge signed on August 23rd of this year as it related to the flooding. What we're asking for you to do on item number 8 is to approve the extension of that declaration of local disaster for a period of 90 days.
Move for approval with a question.
Second.
So my question is, initially, like, I think it was maybe within the first 12 or 24 hours or so of the flooding that we experienced last week, there was an initial assessment that was sent out. I don't know if it came from emergency management. I don't know if we have a further assessment, given that additional time has passed in terms of what the damage was. So if that was sent out, I did not see it, but if it hasn't been sent out, I would like to see it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's been a second assessment, but what we will do, we'll go ahead and we'll get emergency management if we have it already. If not, we'll put this on the agenda for next week for discussion.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, and I will say that, one of the things that we talked about, again, it takes so much, I'm not sure we'll get there.
Sure.
But for the state, it takes so much we gotta hit a certain level.
That threshold.
And then at the same time, the insurance policies have changed to where it used to be that rising water was always covered. Now it's not so much.
Mm-hmm.
And you've really got to dig in and look at it as to when it's covered and when it's not. So you're right, we're gonna have to look at it, but a lot of people they may pull out the policy and find out, oops,
Not covered.
it's not covered.
Yeah.
Yeah, we believe that there was a significant amount of uninsured damage that occurred in this.
Yeah, I think Haltom City got hit pretty hard with the flooding. Everman?
Yes.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, and Dallas, obviously Dallas County got hit a lot harder, but that's what they get from being downstream from us.
Okay.
We don't have a vote yet, do we?
Okay, no other discussion, then we'll please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, I believe, is the auditor's office.
Yes. We'd like to ask the court to consider to receive and file the Tarrant County financial statements for the period of 9 months ended June 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Now, Renee, I know you're comfortable over there, but aren't you supposed to be up here for the Veterans Treatment Court?
For the what? That's under budget and risk
That's under
management.
budget and risk management. I've
Yes,
already moved the
sir.
page. So you're up for a couple of things.
Yes, sir. So we are requesting approval of item 1 and 2. Under our section, the items are related to interim funding needs for various programs that currently receive CJD funding and have applied for future grant dollars. We anticipate the notice of awards to be received in October and November. Once those are awarded, all associated costs will be reimbursed to the county.
So you want a motion combining the two? Okay.
Yes,
Move for
1
approval
and
of
2.
items 1 and 2.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Candace.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. We have 4 additional items for your consideration. All 4 of these items have been recommended and approved for ARPA FRF funding. Item number 2, we're requesting approval of a professional services contract with Hewlett-Zollards for the air handler replacement project at the administration building in the amount of $134,700.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 3, we're requesting approval of a professional services contract with Air Balancing Company for testing, adjusting and balancing services for the replacement of the HVAC rooftop units at the Resource Connection in the amount of $160,000.
Move for approval.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 4, we're requesting approval of amendment number 1 to the Fender Andretti contract. We're going to be adding AV consulting services for the third floor finish out at the Plaza building in the amount of $24,840.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And lastly, item number 5, we have requesting approval of amendment number 1 to the Elements of Architecture contract for the tax office renovation, adding the second floor to the project in the amount of $381,850.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Hi,
Thank
Tina.
you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
So we have actually 9 items for the court, so we're going to try to get through these fairly quickly. Items 2 and 3 are waivers. The first is from Information Technology, the details of which are outlined in your court communique. The waiver itself is for 215 vacation hours effective August the 31st. A replacement has been identified, and so IT is eager to move forward. We're estimating net cost to the general fund to be approximately $17,142 and some change. That does include fringe benefits.
Move approval of item 2 and 3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve items 2 and 3. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Motion's passed unanimously.
So the next 3 items are table of organization changes. Item 4 is for the Historic Preservation and Archives Office. The request is to create an assistant archives officer. That will be effective August 31st, if approved by the court. The incumbent of this position would assist with daily operations. This position has been evaluated by Job Evaluation Committee. It has come out a pay grade 72, grade 72, at a cost to the general fund of approximately $98,279 and some change. That does include fringe benefits.
And just to note, this is something that has been included in the FY23 budget. We're just asking that you allow us to hire 1 month early.
Hire 1 month early? Okay.
Yes.
Move for approval.
Could we ask Ms. Glenn to go through the other 2 items so we can approve them in block?
Yes, sir, I can do that. The next TO change is for the county administrator's office. This request involves the reclassification of a vacant position. The new position will be entitled ARPA Financial Analyst, same pay grade, 73. There's no fiscal impact. Again, we're bringing this to you because this request involves ARPA funding. And then the last TO change is from Ag Extension. The request is to add an Administrative Assistant 3 position effective August the 31st. This is, again, ARPA funded, and this position specifically will provide administrative support for the Eat Well, Feel Well gardening and nutrition program. We're estimating the ARPA impact will be $65,708. That does include fringe benefits.
Move approval.
Move approval of items 4, 5, and 6.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion's passed unanimously.
So we're going to tag team this. The next 2 items will be handled by Ms. Ramnarine. Item 9 by Ms. Duckworth. Item 10 by Ms. Worthy.
Okay, our first item here is approval of salary administration guideline revisions. There are 4 items within that court communication. They are outlined in the attachment to the initial court communication, or the main court communication. The first one is requesting that the cap on magistrate and associate judge salaries be lifted from 90% of combined district judge salaries to 95%. This would not allow them to get the full 7% increase in FY23, but they would get about 5.6% until they hit that max again.
And again, they have not had any increase for at least 5 years?
Correct.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'll outline the other 3 items very quickly. They are really administrative in nature. In the voluntary demotion section of the law enforcement portion of the SAG, there is no provision for salary reductions in cases of voluntary demotions where it would create an inequity within the department. This is a provision we already have in the non-law enforcement section. I think when it was added there, it was simply oversight not adding it to the law enforcement section. The other 2, commander position update. This is just a title change. We no longer have an emissions enforcement task force commander. We now have a human trafficking task force commander, so we're just asking to switch those titles out. The last one, exemption status change, is not necessarily as important to you as it is to our audience. We used to require that exemption status changes from hourly to salary and vice versa happen at the beginning of a pay period. We've got SAP configured now where that's not going to be a problem anymore, so we're asking to remove that portion of the salary administration guidelines.
Do I have a motion?
What?
That's the rest of the revisions on item 7, I think.
So moved. But didn't we already vote on that? I think we just approved everything, but we'll go ahead and do it again, just so that.
Well, I do have a question. So you had talked about the switch of 2 titles, emissions officer versus human trafficking. Those titles don't seem interchangeable, so what I missed there?
Yeah, the emissions enforcement task force commander doesn't exist anymore. I think the grant was lost, but we created since the human trafficking task force commander.
Okay, very good. I'm good. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I made a motion. Okay.
Yeah, we already.
We have a second?
Yes.
What we've already passed?
I don't think you had a.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
We just belt and suspended that one.
Okay.
Item 8.
This is a request for approval of FY23 compensation recommendations. We did the majority of this a couple weeks ago. We are perhaps clarifying one thing and changing one other. So the first one, which is the change, we're requesting that the grade 52 salary structure, instead of being increased by 4%, be increased about 5.2. It's actually closer to 5.25%. What that accomplishes is that it gets the starting salary for detention officers, dispatchers, specialists in that grade up to $50,000 and a little bit of change. The other request is that we clarify the effective dates for all of the calculations. So when we do the market adjustments, which is 4% as we've discussed in the past, and reclassifications, we're going to use September 30th salaries as the basis for those. When we do all of the other salary increases, whether that be step, merit, lump sums, et cetera, all of those are going to be based on October 1st salaries. So they'll get their reclass, they'll get their market adjustment, whatever pertains, then we'll calculate all of the other salary items. The fiscal impact for the grade 52 issue is approximately just under $700,000. The other item is actually already included in the budget, so there's no cost associated with that.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Amber.
Under purchasing, I move approval of items 1 through 15.
We ain't there yet. But Melissa is doing backflips back there, so we'll be with you in a minute.
Okay. I'm sorry, I saw wrong.
We are requesting that the commission,
I'm lost, don't worry about it. Just keep on talking. We'll
Okay.
move it and second it in a minute.
okay, we're requesting that Commissioners Court approve Tarrant County's annually determined contribution rate to the Texas County and District Retirement System, TCDRS, effective January 1st, 2023. There is a required employer rate so that TCDRS, on our behalf, can invest for current employees' future benefits and pay down unfunded liabilities over 20 years. The required employer rate for 2023 is 12.63%. The rate included in the FY23 budget is 19.5%, which is the same employer elected rate chosen for FY21 and 22. And each year, the Commissioners Court may choose to award a cost of living adjustment, or COLA, a flat rate COLA, or one that is based on the Consumer Price Index. If the COLA is funded in the contribution rate, it is funded over 15 years, which will cause the employer required rate to creep up. A flat rate COLA is based on the retiree's current benefit amount, and all retirees would receive the same benefit. A CPI-based COLA takes into consideration how much inflation has occurred since each payee's benefit began. This COLA restores the benefit in proportion to lost buying power. Not all payees or retirees will see an increase based on this type of COLA, and those who retired more recently will receive less with a CPI-based COLA. In recent years, the county has authorized a higher rate than the required rate in order to pay down unfunded liabilities. And as of December 31st, 2021, the county's funding ratio is at 89.5%, which is slightly higher than the TCDRS system-wide funded ratio of 89% without general reserves. With reserves, TCDRS is 100% funded. The court has expressed interest in the past in reaching a 90% funding ratio. At this time, I would like you to consider 4 options. Option 1 is employer elected rate of 19.5% with no retiree COLA. That's resulting in up to $25.4 million of unfunded liability contributions. Option 2 is a 50% CPI-based COLA with the employer elected rate of 19.5%, resulting in a shortage estimated at around $13,260,644 in required contributions, because the cost of the COLA is estimated at over $38.6 million. Option 3 is the 1% flat rate COLA with the employer elected rate of 19.5%, resulting in unfunded liability contributions up to $14,634,853. The cost of the COLA is estimated at $10,765,147. Or finally, option 4 is 40% CPI-based COLA with the elected rate of 19.5%, resulting in unfunded liability contributions up to $6,585,132 for a cost of COLA estimated at $18,814,868. The cost of COLA estimates are based on actuarial assumptions, including mortality rates and TCDRS investment returns. These assumptions are long-term, and actual experience is expected to vary from year to year. And financial reporting is impacted by regularly adopting COLAs as it increases the pension liability on balance sheets. Tarrant County currently has a repeating COLA designation. To remove that designation, the county would have to discontinue the adoption of a COLA for the next 2 years, for 2023 and 2024.
Okay, so historically, and I mean, when I say historically, for the last 2 or 3 years, we've done a 1%, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
And that 1%, as I just think I heard you say, would basically mean of this 25 million excess that we're putting toward our unfunded liability at 19.5%. If we went with a 1% increase in the retiree or the, whatever we call it.
The 1% flat rate COLA?
1% flat rate COLA, then that would mean it took about 10 million plus to get to the 10,000,006 maybe, 10,000,004 to get maybe to that 1%, and the other 14.6 would go toward our unfunded liability.
Correct.
Just about the time we thought we were going to get to 90, they changed their earnings estimate from 8 to 7.5. And then this year, yeah, well, the earnings probably hadn't been quite as good as they were last year. Since last year we earned 22% on our money, and this year we could lose 10%, let's just say. But I still think that that's probably the way to go, even knowing that I know inflation's been a little bit higher than that. In prior years, when we were giving 1%, there was little, if any, inflation.
Right.
So that would probably, I mean, the other two are just massive. Yeah. We will not get anything to our unfunded liability, and I believe we've got to stick to that. So that would be
option number 3, Glenn.
The option number 3. Yes, that is option number 3.
So move
approval of option number 3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you very much, Amber, for that, for your hard work there.
Now my motion.
Not yet, not yet. Get ready. It's coming next.
But you got the fastest talker in HR now. So, I am requesting an approval of a consulting agreement between Tarrant County and Gallagher Benefit Services for professional services. We request, effective September 1st, to engage the services of Gallagher as an independent contractor to assist us in the selection of supplementary benefits that will be provided or available to both our county employees and retirees. Included would be accident, cancer, critical illness, permanent life, hospital indemnity, identity theft, legal services, pet insurance, and home and auto. And in addition to that, those services, when they help us with the RFP and help us, we will actually make the selections, but as they assist us in this process, in addition to that, we will be able to offer a service for our soon-to-be retirees and retirees with consulting or counseling about Medicare and Social Security choices. And so with that, I'll answer questions or...
I would remind folks who may have attended the NACO conference, NACO would like for this to be the model that everyone around the country can piggyback off of for their, and again, I want to stress this is voluntary. It doesn't cost the county anything from that standpoint. Gallagher will put all these things together, and then it'll be a one-line item off of your paycheck, or for retirees, it'll be an automatic draw from your bank account.
If you elect to.
If you elect, you don't have to elect a single thing.
Yeah, and they don't have to take all of them, so you may want accident and somebody else may want critical illness, and so it's optional which the employer retiree participates in.
Okay, so you're not
And it's-
automatically opted in, and then you have to opt out?
Correct.
Okay.
And the deductions are totally paid for by the employees or
And
retirees.
because of the timing on this, and again, we're just today asking us to approve Gallagher as the one that's going to help put together the RFPs for these various deals that they will then turn it back over to Tarrant County, and our team of people will review and ultimately end up selecting the vendor that will be chosen and will be used in that situation. So, that's kind of the way that'll work. And because, again, of the enrollment period, this is probably going to be decided, our various vendors will be decided between now and the end of the year. However, because of our enrollment period, and talking with HR and with our folks, they really feel like it would be better that we'll roll this out to Tarrant County employees and retirees sometime maybe in the first quarter of the calendar year next year. And that way it won't be so confusing to our employees to say, wait a minute, I thought we just enrolled and now you're asking me to enroll again.
And we did something similar with our short-term disability that we just rolled out in June of this year. We had an initial enrollment in June, and then going forward, we'll absorb these into our annual enrollments in January with these benefits as well as others.
Move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want to thank everybody. I really want to thank the purchasing. I want to thank HR and their group. They did a lot of heavy lifting to get us to this point, and they did it very quickly, and I appreciate that. Commissioner Johnson, I think you have a motion.
I do. Move approval of items 1 through 15 in purchasing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do you have any discussion to add to this?
No. Well, besides, we
Hi,
did have the
Melissa.
permission on the agenda to start the RFP process for the enrollment program that Robin just spoke
Thank you
about,
very
that you
much.
just approved.
Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. You need to always be kind of late in the day, and it's amazing.
I'm always the last item on the agenda.
Pert near.
It's because of Jack.
Yeah, we couldn't tolerate him early in the morning. We needed him to be at the very end. And okay, I gotta mark all of these. Dang, you had a lot.
Are we gonna talk about the sheriff's department?
We're gonna talk about budget,
We're ready to do the sheriff's department.
Okay.
but we've already done the sheriff, so we're
Yeah, I
now.
know, but some items there.
Yeah, we're now at the budget discussion, so that's why Helen's moved up to the hot seat.
Oh.
Take it away, Miss Helen.
We approve the claims.
Can't wait.
Nothing
I was
to-
about to say, Judge, I don't think you've taken any action on claims addendum yet.
Well, we're not going to for a minute.
Yes, sir.
We got a little problem at the point, at this moment. Now we don't. Court members, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Claims including the addendum.
Second.
Please vote. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, sir.
I think that was a yes. Motion passes unanimously.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, now. Was there something else I was supposed to? Nope, that's it. There were no appointments. So now we're ready for the budget.
So there are a few items that we still need to have a decision made on for us to be able to present to y'all a balanced budget on September the 13th. One, there was a discussion regarding the tax rate or public health. I need some type of direction on that. The second one was the magistrate associate judges. That's already been voted on when Ange presented that to y'all. I have the 323rd District Court. We did not approve that one. We have the Bearcat that's still outstanding in the sheriff's office. The Bearcat, the vehicle.
That's for the sheriff's department?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then CPS, we will present to that on next week's agenda. We were holding that out because we had not received the finalized contract. We have received it, and we'll present that to y'all next week before the 13th. So those are the items I need discussed.
So the question is, are we going to, and it deals with the public health budget, we talked about either shifting that responsibility over to the general fund of the county or keeping it in the hospital district's budget. And if we keep it at the hospital district's budget, we're suggesting that we lower the tax rate by half a penny. And so we never really got a clear direction. We need that clear direction.
I think that would be my preference for this year.
My preference would be to take care of the public health department in this budget cycle. So it's contrary to his.
That would be my preference as well.
My preference is to lower the tax rate. Keep it public health.
So Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Johnson?
Well, I thought we discussed this and we're gonna do it next year.
I think.
Did I miss something?
Well, we didn't formally, and we're not going to formally do it now, but I think as long as that's what you're saying, then you've gotten an indication of the court for where we are.
I needed a direction. Yes, sir. And then the 323rd, there was a discussion about the associate judges.
And I will say that we had a juvenile board meeting 2 weeks ago tomorrow. We laid out a lot of stuff. We discussed a lot of stuff. No action was taken by them. What I had indicated is that as a court, we were looking at suspending or not funding those two associate courts. And I'm still of that mind, but.
Well, I'm left with more questions and answers at this point. So what I'd like to suggest is for us to have a joint meeting of the Commissioners Court and of the board, and if there are others that they're wanting to pull in that can add value to the conversation. So that would be my recommendation, how we move forward.
And I've talked a little bit with the chairman of the board, which is Judge Catalano, and he was very supportive of that. He suggested that we might include the DA as well as the defense bar, because there were several different things that went into what was going on over there. And I had indicated to Judge Catalano that if we were going to do this, we would almost have to do it in the form of a work session, and it would have to be next week, because we obviously can't wait till the 13th to do that. And so I would hope that we could set that meeting up and do that next Tuesday, and I told Judge Catalano that I would get back with him and let him know.
Let's do it, Glenn.
Okay. Is that all right?
Let's do the meeting.
And then the final item is the Bearcat in the sheriff's office.
I support it.
I do not.
Do you want to make
I would make a motion to approve it. In the budget.
I will second the motion. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, we'll present a budget on the 13th.
Let me ask one other question, and this is, I hadn't thought about this until basically I was knowing and looking through that compensation for elected officials. We're going to be changing DAs this year. wasn't necessarily supportive of the change to the DA the last time, but I would like to see the DA paid at the same level as the sheriff, as myself, and as the auditor. And I believe that would end up resulting in probably about a 30, well, it could be 40 now based upon the 3% increases. And I would just like to suggest that we look at that. We don't have to take action right now, but we're going to have to tell her something.
Just a minute.
I would support that.
I'm not sure I do.
So when do we need to?
Me either.
We need action today on that because we have a posting requirement.
Well, let's do it. Was that a motion, Judge?
We've got them, you made a motion, we've seconded it, so, but there's conversations going on which tell me that there may be.
Well, there's a posting requirement that we have to do for certain elected officials, and that's part of, the DA is included in that. And we have to post a certain number of days before we actually pass the budget. And we've already called the public hearings for the 13th. So our discussion was, do we have to make a decision today on this? But Russell says that says up to a certain amount. And if we can just take a quick look at that, because if not, we'll need to have a further discussion on it right now. 'Cause we have to post almost 10 days before then.
No, she's what's her salary at currently?
On the DA.
I'm looking, hold on.
I bet it's closer to 255 or 260.
Well, ours is a supplement to, the state pays part of that salary, and we have a supplemental piece of that.
When we do the percentage, do we do the percentage on ours or do we do the percentage on our total?
I think it's on ours.
It's just on ours.
Okay.
Hold on.
I guess my question would be, what would be our total output?
Well, it'll be 35,000 more than it was going to be before you made the motion the last time.
I'm sorry, what now?
I said it's going to be 35,000 more than what it was before you made the motion last time.
So let's get the lawyers involved and ask that question to them. So we don't want to mess this up. Just give us a second. Why don't you guys get at least one of you all in that discussion?
What?
Where's Ange when we need her? Are y'all checking to see what our supplement is?
We have that here. We're just checking to see the wording.
The request is to decrease, correct? The request.
Do we make sure that, we need to make sure it's a decrease and not an increase. Yes.
Well, I can absolutely guarantee you that it'll be a decrease.
Okay.
And it wouldn't go into, now let me say this, it wouldn't go into effect until January the 1st.
New fiscal year. It's the new fiscal year. It's not the calendar year.
Well, I know it, but we can do whatever we want to do when it comes to the
The
compensation.
key to this is to get the correct posting in the paper. That's the whole issue. So that's what we're trying to calculate now on the wording.
It's a budget briefing item.
paid staff you've got?
We pay them annually, we don't pay them by the hour.
So, there is, so I think that there needs to be something prior to the new elected official taking office in January, so that the anticipation of the salary. On the end of this month, we have to validate the salary affidavits for the judges and the DA.
So we can go ahead. The whole deal is on the republishing. The district attorney's office has advised that we do not need to republish, so we're okay on that.
Because what, I mean, in effect, he will be whoever gets elected, he or she,
yes,
will be making more than what they're currently making now, or what Judge Sorrells was making when he resigned to run. Because he's currently making 0, so it's going to be a whole lot more than what he's making.
You sure are predicting a lot.
Well, I said he or she.
And then you specifically mentioned Judge Sorrells.
I don't know what Tiffany is making right now because she's not a county employee right now, I don't believe.
Well,
I don't even know who she is.
It doesn't matter what they're making now, it's what as we push into the new fiscal year.
Well, one of the arguments that Sharon made, and has been made to us before, is that they were going to be taking a reduction in pay if we didn't pay to a certain level. And what I'm saying is that I know what Judge Sorrells was making before he resigned to run, and I'm guessing that Tiffany, when she worked for the DA's office, wasn't making more than the DA.
I can tell you, the sitting judge of a county court at law or county criminal court makes less than the criminal district attorney does now.
That's what I was saying.
I recall that Sharon brought in a list of what the other DAs were making in the large counties across the state. And our number was substantially below that. Harris, Travis, maybe Dallas. Some counties had a criminal district attorney and a civil district attorney, and some had a county attorney, and it was kind of, but I want to say the number was in the around 250 or above 250, and we gave her at that time, I want to say 138, 238.
And I'm not sure that we didn't boost ours up and then everybody boosted it above ours.
No, she brought in the numbers.
Yeah.
Prior to that.
It was an equity issue
and
then, it's an equity issue now.
I took those numbers and I lowered it to where she was actually below all of them, but just barely and that's the number I recommend.
Do y'all have any you don't have the numbers now, do you? But y'all can get the numbers for the other DAs.
The whole issue is we can still settle this next Tuesday. Our goal was to make sure that we met the timeline to publish. And the district attorney's office has advised that the way we've laid it out, we don't need to republish.
Because basically it says up to.
It says maximum. It does not say up to.
Okay.
So
let's look at it next week. Give us the comparisons as far as what the other DAs are making. And then we can kind of go from there. Anything else that we need to hit at this time? You can shoot me later, Helen.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Anything else that we have for today? If not, we stand adjourned. Thank y'all.
Where are my fish, okay?